Welcome, everyone, to a historic moment in ABN. It is the Open Medicine Foundation 500 presented by Agent Inc. We arrive for the first time in Michigan International Speedway, a place so important to American open wheel racing, and it's a place important to us here tonight as we wrap up anniversary week for our community after 1 year of activity. I'm Carmen Hardy. Alongside me at the moment, Jamie Jessica Martin. Kevin Young will be joining us later in this broadcast. Jamie, welcome to AVN's broadcast booth. We've had a chance to see how everyone's handling it so far. You see a pack right now running. It's very close quarters racing. How intense has it been so far for everyone that's sort of just now jumping in? And what are you expecting from these drivers so far as we see a little bit of the miscommunication?
Well, they answered my question almost immediately before I was supposed to speak. No, honestly, the pack racing here is going to be important. It's going to be a major challenge. For me, when I look at this league and I look at the track, especially Michigan International, it has a history in open wheel, it has a history in pack racing, in the restrictor plate and non-restrictor plate eras of NASCAR, and it really is something special. I mean, you're going to see probably some pack racing around here, and you're going to have to see where people are going to push the limits and where people are going to make mistakes.
So we saw a little bit of the miscues early on. Obviously, plenty of practice still left in the before we get into qualifying. 47 minutes until qualifying here. Everyone's at the ability to take those jitters out of the way. 13 drivers currently have set a lap time. We're looking at Alex Martin, who is currently 8th on the leaderboard. Joe McAdory from 312 Motorsports atop the leaderboard. I believe he is in the draft of, I think that is Nabarani. It is Eric Nabarani. So, some activity's been going on throughout the day. Again, practice has already been open for about an hour and 13 minutes. So drivers have plenty of time to jump in and get acclimatized to this car if they haven't already throughout the past couple weeks.
It looks like I'm just looking at Cody McCorkle ending off the hitting the inside wall there. It's pretty severe damage, destruction of the left front suspension of that car, needing to tow back to the pits. But luckily, he made that mistake now rather than in the big show.
Absolutely. It's going to be very important to get all those mistakes out of the way now. Everyone's got one fast repair in the race, but for those that maybe aren't familiar with how we do racing, one fast repair, it's a 500-mile race, 250 laps in tonight's charity event. We're going to be doing a 3-wide start. Well, I think there's going to be a driver's meeting here, I believe, at the end of qualifying to walk everyone through it. As in typical AVN fashion, we'll be broadcasting the full driver's meeting. So that'll be a fun little engagement. It's always a lot of fun hearing what the drivers have to say before the race begins. Again,
it's definitely different. I mean, going from a perspective as a team principal, I'm usually on the other end. I'm in the driver's position where I'm kind of sitting there and listening and trying to take in as much info as possible and making sure my drivers understand. So it's kind of interesting to be on a commentator side and to have all of that, all of those conversations, those communications broadcast. So definitely a unique thing about ABN for sure.
3-car pack currently on track. We're looking at, that is Olivia Hayward, center of your screen. She is right behind Nabarani and Joe McAdory. McAdory still racing without Ronnie.
Yep. It's Definitely an interesting pack here. It looks like Nabarani trying to slide round on the inside on that bottom lane, going around this beautiful Michigan International Speedway. And right now, racing and trying to set some fast laps, but benefiting from the draft. Obviously, this is going to be very draft heavy, especially going back down down the back straight. But also there, you do see Olivia Hayward bumping on the low line right now, and that was a big move there, which we managed to avoid a major accident. Sudden cut up there by, I believe, I'm trying to
that is McAdory.
That's McAdory, yeah. It's Christ.
So there's a lot of interesting characters in tonight's race. Obviously, Olivia Hayward, we know what she's capable of here in ABN. She's multiple-time podium sitter, got her first podium on Thursday in the preseason challenge for Champ Car. Navarani in the 39. He is making his second oval start in ABN, so definitely a little bit of adjustment for him. Joe McAdory from 312 Motorsports. He races just about anything under the sun that has open wheels in it. So he's very experienced in this car, even if he is new to ABN competition. But so far, doing a phenomenal job sitting atop the leaderboard by, it looks like a solid 10th over Zach McBride. So he knows his stuff. He knows a thing or two about this track. So right now doing a good job, and everyone's around him is learning a little bit about how to handle this 2-mile oval.
Yeah, almost exactly a 10th. You are absolutely spot on. It is his best lap so far of 31.95. Zach McBride's best lap so far of 32.05. Last though, there's it looks like Zach McBride on the last lap he ran was a bit faster, only 100th faster, 800ths faster than Joe McAdory. So there's definitely some pace at the top of the field and definitely some consistency. But in fairness, we are seeing some personal bests being set over the field. Emilara Johansson from Agent Inc. Racing currently sitting in P5 with a 33.08 last lap. Alex Martin set his best lap so far last lap, a 33.24 as he sits in P10. So definitely some people really growing into the track as this session is going on, and right now it looks like there's plenty of pace within this field.
Yeah, and the pace, again, you look at how broke up everyone is right now. The pace is going to only be faster when everyone's together. So if we get another group test like what we had at the opening of the broadcast, lap times will 100% go up. They will get a lot faster as we go along here, as we watch two of the Agent Inc. Racing cars go around. While everyone is jumping in, while everyone is jumping in, we're gonna kind of explain why we're doing all of this. So we decided all the way back, really in July, that we were going to do a charity event. And it hit really close to home for us as to what we should do. Doug South, someone I think we'll be seeing later on in this broadcast, entered our community in June, and it immediately squared away and won Pocono, which was one of our bigger events of the season. But over the course of time since, we've gotten to know Doug a lot more. He races with Open Medicine Foundation on his car. And for many of us, that was our first time really understanding what Open Medicine Foundation was. Doug suffers from ME/CFS, which is chronic fatigue syndrome. He has suffered with it for at least the last 15 years. And seeing the struggle that he's gone through on a regular basis, on a daily basis, it is astounding that he makes time to race with us. And the struggles that he has, and with how new everything is regarding the illness, it became very clear that we had to make this a very community-based event. Open Medicine Foundation, they do research, and they fund research into developing better diagnosis and better treatments and just a better understanding these chronic illnesses that for so long have been very silently active, very, very misunderstood in the world as a whole. ME/CFS, fibromyalgia, chronic COVID syndrome. There's a lot of chronic illnesses that they spend a lot of time and effort trying to understand to make people's lives, like Doug, like Emma Carter, who's already in this session, like Lee Overton, try to make their lives as better as possible, because these are illnesses that take away life from people. Like they take away the ability to function. For everyone that suffers from those chronic illnesses, especially in our community, it was very easy for us to make the decision to focus on lifting them up. And as you can see, the support that we've seen so far has been absolutely incredible. For those that are watching live in the Twitch chat, there is a link that you can send to donate towards our cause. All the proceeds go to Open Medicine Foundation, and for the month of November, all of it's being tripled. So all your effort goes a very long way in the month of November. But for us, it's all about our drivers and supporting those that have been dealing with chronic illnesses for a majority, if not all their lives. So this is for everyone that's suffering from ME/CFS, and we hope that in any way, shape, or form that the support that we give can help out.
Of course, it is genuinely so important, especially post-pandemic. 2020 was, it's become cliche at this point to say that COVID and the pandemic was it was a weird year. 2020 was a year. It was not. It was a surprise, a year that just completely tore many lives apart. But while COVID is still, we're in a better position than we once were with the vaccine. Of course, one something that has become prevalent and has become an issue has been long COVID, and specifically the continuing effects of catching and receiving COVID and having the lingering effects like tiredness, fatigue, and other issues that can ultimately dismantle life. And you're absolutely right. It really is important in this moment in time when organizations like OMF, the Open Medicine Foundation, actually put time, money, and effort into researching or assisting with research on long COVID. It really is important. And, any donations you can give, the better. So if you haven't donated, absolutely, as Carmen did say there a moment ago, that you can donate in the there's a link in the Twitch chat you can use to donate. I highly would recommend it. I know we've raised a decent amount of money as it is, but you told me the story about Doug South in the past in meetings with you, and I've also I know Lee Overton of Agent Inc. Racing, one person who is very open about their experience with Ehlers-Danlos syndrome and fibromyalgia, and is a massive advocate for both fibromyalgia and Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. And so, being that fibromyalgia is one of the key current focuses of the Open Medicine Foundation, it just made sense. So I'm glad that he's hopped along as well and is taking part with his fantastic Agent Inc. Racing team behind him.
We're seeing a group test underway here. That is Hayward, McDory, Mike Robinson in that yellow, black, and blue machine, and two of the Agent Inc. Racing cars. Believe that is Johansson and Alex Martin in this five-car group. And really close to contact there. Again, as we mentioned earlier, very close quarters racing, but it should be a lot of fun.
It's that back straight that ultimately is going to, coming out of 2, heading into 3, where you're going to see that most prevalent amount of draft, because the start-finish straight is not really much of a straight. It is a slight bank going between turn 4 and turn 1. So because of that, you've got a situation where there's a lot more room there, and I can see the 59 there being touched by I believe that's Martin is Eric Johansson of the Agent Inc. Racing. But as soon as we go onto the back straight, you can see where that draft is so powerful, and you can see the tactics where drivers are trying to break the draft, drivers are trying to find the draft, and they're trying to ultimately make sure they can take their opportunities to get a good overlap here.
Right now, this group is sustaining itself really well. Again, Hayward on the very bottom there, trying to lead this group, but it is most of the Agent Inc. team, minus Lee Overton, is in this group. Mike Robinson running a different paint scheme, but the other two cars, Agent Inc. racing cars, representing obviously Agent Inc., representing Overton Speed Shop. So happy to have them on board. And while we're on that topic, I kind of get to break a little bit of news. ABN will have an Agent Inc. storefront next year. It's something that we've been working on for the last month and a half, and going into 2023, going into our second year, it was important to us that we had a storefront, and Agent Inc. After hearing all the praise that obviously Overton Speed Shop and Prismatic Motorsports, who also have a storefront there in Agent Inc. After hearing all the praise that was given by those teams and those efforts about Agent Inc., it was very clear that was who we had to work with. And we closed in on all that stuff, and now next year we'll have our own storefront. So we're excited for that, and obviously there'll be more information once all the designs and everything have come through and we know everything's been finalized and ready to go. But it looks like everything's launching in February, so keep an eye on that. We're excited to be working with Agent Inc., and we're excited that they're on board with this race.
Honestly, it is awesome. It is genuinely awesome to see that ABN have hopped on board. You know, I am a little bit biased, being that we already work, of course, with Agent Inc. and Prismatic Motorsports. So, but we know and we can vouch for the quality of their gear. Honestly, some of the most lovely people, some of the most versatile designers in the industry. Absolutely fantastic. So, I mean, honestly, it'll be good to see some ABN merchandise up on the storefront going forward. So yeah, congratulations, of course, ABN, and of course all the hard work that Carmen you've put in. It's going to be good to see some additional merchandise on the store.
Yeah, we're excited. We thought about how we were going to break the news, and we figured with an event where they're already the presenting sponsor, there's no better way to present that except for now. So yeah, a lot of fun, a lot of work has gone into it. A lot of work's gone into this race as more people jump into the fray. Still 4 people in this main pack as we look at everything here.
Oh, Twitch, don't blink.
There's Kevin Young. Now we have a full crew for this race, as we are we are exactly half an hour away from qualifying for the Open Medicine Foundation 500 presented by Agent Inc.
What has Judith done to the car?
Judith stopped on the backstretch.
Her right tire, its suspension looks to have been gone. That tire was doing some very strange things.
She's probably gonna have to reset here.
She hit the wall out of 2. But weird, she was all alone, so
potentially a mistake, for sure. She's fast. She's fast in these cars, and I know she's incredibly fast around Michigan. So, in all honesty with you, I can see her making those mistakes now and then seeing how things go. But we've got a good mix of different teams and drivers at the moment. Yeah. You know, it's definitely going to be. There's definitely a lot of exciting potential battles going forward. So, I mean, I'm looking at the entry list at the moment, but we've got multiple entries for Agent Inc. Racing, multiple entries for Prismatic Motorsports. We've got 2 entries for Gear Cats. Of course, Agent Inc. Racing. Technically, under two names, Agent Ink Racing and Johansson. Agent Ink Racing for Emil Johansson, and I believe Nicholas Pressey Emotorsports is represented by multiple drivers.
Correct. And then we have a bunch of privateers as well. You look at Zach McBride. You look at Cody McCorkle, Joshua Gaiman, and then you have Sevington Motorsports with Eric Nabarani, Kalen Carmen also on that team as well, and maybe James Wright if he decides to jump in. So everyone is there's a lot of teams here, and then Tombstone Motorsports as well. Blake Henderson and Zachary Apperson.
Mm-hmm. And it's interesting to note that a lot of these drivers come from different series. Some do the Champ Car, some do the A Squared and the ARC series, some do even the SCRL. So it's a nice, diverse mixture of different series as well that are on the ABN family networks and also other series.
Yeah, I mean, it is pretty incredible, to say the least, to see the massive diversity of different drivers and competitors. So it's really exciting to see how these teams will compete, how these drivers will compete in this 500-mile race.
Mm-hmm.
So, while you all have been talking, I will be working on getting more people, and it looks like we are about to see a swell in participation on track as more people get ready to join in. So I've been directing traffic on that front. So give me a second.
How many people are we actually missing at the moment?
The entry list says 23, and we're currently 14, at least on track or in the lobby. So,
well, there's also going to be some people that are joining in late, that are joining in last minute, that were not on that entry list provisional.
Right. Okay. That's why I'm really confused. I thought I expected to see a few more additional names, and I was sitting there going, "Hang on a minute. I'm pretty sure they're missing one or two names there." So that makes sense.
Yeah, there's a few that are joining in late. I just didn't have time to edit the list. It's been a whirlwind morning.
Fine. You don't need to apologize to me, Carmen. It's I can imagine it's been absolutely hectic. The most I've had to do is come in, open up a bunch of screens, and go, "Yes, my voice is ready." So I don't envy all the effort.
That's usually my Champ Car week. So no complaints on that one.
Right, I'm looking at the trying to look at everything.
So at this moment, I guess I'm just looking at some of the fact that obviously we've got this mass swell of cars. We're gonna have more cars obviously joining the session, some joining late, but I guess my question is definitely going to be, what challenges, I guess from both of you, what challenges do you think Michigan provides teams, especially in IndyCar, that maybe doesn't happen at other tracks?
Well,
I guess I'd hear your take.
Well, I think we saw kind of shades of what we're going to see at Auto Club, even though it's a little less laney in that comparison, where it's going to be a lot of flat out, knowing how to time the runs in the draft and making a situation occur where it's a situation where just knowing how to line the drafts up and making your patience be a key word in the situation, where you got to know when to time it and know when to make a situation occur. And I think knowing how to the aero wash affects the car and when to be flat out and when these draft is going to be the key thing we're going to be seeing here today at Michigan.
I think that's fair.
If you look at, it's not, these races are going to be different because it's going to be very intense, right? It's just how it is. But it's also going to be, it's an endurance. The amount of mental prep that goes into this race. And, we're looking at Doug South. He's in this little group of three right now as a car spins and tags the wall just a little bit. But Doug South in this race, and Emma Carter in this race.
Zach McBride.
These cars are so difficult to drive on their own. There's no power steering. These cars go about 220, 225 miles an hour. These are blistering cars. These are rough cars to drive. To sit here and do this for 500 miles, and that's a guaranteed 2-hour race. That is so difficult. It's so draining to try to sit and manage everything mentally and physically. if you're not ready for it, you will struggle to make the full 500 miles. It will be rough. So, yeah, there's a lot that goes into it. It's a very multi-layered event that's a lot different than what we see typically in champ car racing. I raced on Thursday in Chicagoland, and that will pale in comparison to what we're seeing tonight.
Yeah, I guess I look at this and ultimately, I'm kind of, I've raced a few times around Michigan. I don't hide the fact that I am probably one of the most mediocre oval drivers there is known to humankind. But the one thing I do find about Michigan is, yeah, you do have to worry about where you make your moves, pack awareness, but also I guess as well that a big thing here that I think it's definitely going to be a factor. I know it is in official sessions. Is when we come to Michigan, is the yellow flags, is being behind the pace car after incidents. Now, I guess you're talking 500 kilometers. What you're ending up doing, or what you're ending up with, is just this time, potentially spread out time, where you're sitting behind the pace car, you're having tires cool down, you're trying to manage fuel and stuff like that, and that adds an extra amount of pressure to many of these drivers. So it really, sorry, 500 miles, pardon me. It's crazy. It's pretty mad to think that all of these drivers will be giving this a good go, and it'll be exciting to see how this progresses.
Personally, I think there's one other thing worth noting on the pace cars. If we get a lot of cautions, which sometimes can be bred at these kind of long speedway tracks, drivers are impatient, is there's also that kind of start-stop mentality where you kind of get a little bit fatigued or bored under the pace car as well, where you're just sitting there like you want to go, you want to take the bandage off, you want to start racing, and you just got to sit there and pace around a very long 2.5-mile track here. It's like 2-mile track here, and just kind of sit for 2 laps and just let the adrenaline kind of spike out. So it's a long race. Many pit stops are going to be occurring, and these drivers just got to be patient. But also, if you're under a lot of cautions, just sitting there, just having to think and what to do next, a plan strategy can really be another mental hurdle some of these drivers have to overcome.
Of course, I mean, sure, these Firestone tires probably aren't anywhere near as sensitive as the Pirellis in the European circuits, especially in Formula One. But these Firestone tires are still pretty sensitive. They have different levels of compound for a reason, and on the IR18s, and because of that, it really does make an impact, especially when you're under pace car and those tires do become a lot colder. You're going to have less grip going off the line, and especially when the front of the field potentially bunches up, it can become, those restarts are going to be absolutely critical, and that's where your awareness about who's around you, what's around you, where everything is, and having kind of eyes in the back of your head really is going to be important. And that is going to be where you win and lose races. I think, in personal opinion, is how do you handle those starts? Do you stay out of trouble? And if you're at the front, do you maintain or manage the launch after the green flag correctly, to the point where you get the advantage and everyone else behind you drops away?
We've seen at other oval tracks that where the leader always gets kind of a good launch 1 and 2, but usually gets towed back. But speaking of restarts in the degree, something else we have to keep an eye on, is we saw it at many ovals this in Champ Car season, me and Hardy did, is that it's a situation where the stack-up's been real, where drivers have tried to either time the jump in the car ahead and didn't make it, had to slam on the brakes, and it caused an accordion effect for everyone else behind. So it's something that, with more restarts, leaves a chance where a driver maybe 6th, 7th in line decides to try to get a quick jump. They go too early, it stacks up, and then the car maybe 14th, 15th in line smacks into the back of the car ahead, and their race is effectively over, or at least very wounded, so they can make a pit stop. So that is something else to kind of keep an eye on as well, is if someone's impatient, it could cause a big issue in its own accord. So restarts can be a big equalizer, but it can also giveth and taketh away, as they would say.
Yeah, I mean, it really is. I mean, I guess coming from, and I said I'd make this joke on Twitter, coming from the European circuits, I will say that honestly, you do see this to an extent. I mean, also seeing a car sliding across the bottom there on stream.
That was Emma Carter. Sorry
Yeah,
to cut
that
you off.
was.
Just want to point that out.
No,
That
that's
was just
fine.
happening.
Yeah, point it out. Point it out. I always like. I always like having someone point out stuff if and provide me the info if I've missed the driver. Yeah, I guess from the European circuits and from the European series, you know, you do see it, especially in Formula One, in open wheel categories. You do see that accordion effect. But in fairness, with Formula One being so aerodynamically strong in comparison to IndyCar, which is a bit more passive, is a bit the aerodynamics are such are a lot more simplified in IndyCar, and I honestly say for good reason. It's it definitely you definitely find that at the beginning of races, the car that leads and gets the right launch is going to benefit, is going to pull away, and especially on tracks where there's a lot of pace there. But really, in oval, it it isn't that simple, and it really does make the racing exciting, if not stressful for everyone in the cars.
I'd say only really the kind of the elite of the elite can really know how to kind of really break toe and pull away to a degree. But tracks like Michigan Auto Club and other flat ovals like this, you can't really pull away unless you work together with someone else or there's a stack up behind. Because we saw at Auto Club that a pack of 3, 4, 5 cars is probably just as fast as a pack of 10, 11 in the back. So if you can get a good breakaway or time your pit stops right and really space out, you can really put yourself like in a Daytona Talladega situation NASCAR and put yourself in a pack where you can just kind of be alone and race it out with the drivers ahead. We saw it even at the Indy 500 earlier this year as well, where there was a 4-car breakaway at the front and the rest were just kind of flying around to the last restart came into effect. So it's a situation of timing your pit stops, making it work, and just getting yourself as much advantage as you can.
Yeah, it really is. There is a lot of luck and a lot of elements to it, but I mean, it's what makes the racing exciting. I mean, I did watch the Indy 500 this year, and I will say it was incredible to watch, and it was incredible to see former Formula One driver Marcus Ericsson win that race. The monster, the absolute monster of a race, the legendary race, the Indy 500, and it's also just incredible to just see what can happen, especially with some of those lead cars. You know, when you end up with a pack consisting of drivers like Ericsson, like Palou, like Pato O'Ward, and others. It really is exciting to see. It makes the racing exciting.
Mm-hmm.
Right now we're looking
100%.
Right now we're looking at Nick Pressey as he makes laps here. We are up to 20 cars on track. So again, multiple people jumping in here last second with less than 20 minutes until qualifying. So this is going to be it's going to be a lot of fun as everyone gets their all the gremlins out of the way now. Again, for those that are just now tuning in, we appreciate you spending your Saturday with us here on ABN. It's a doubleheader for us here on ABN. We have the Open SM Foundation 500 presented by Agent Inc. And then later tonight, SCRL action from Kentucky. It's set to be underway as we get ready to watching what's forming to be a pit party, a pack test here. Everyone getting ready to go. So, and this is valuable. There's a lot of drivers that have not raced with each other before. Johansson's making his ABN debut, as is
Joe McAdory.
Joe McAdory, he's out of the session, representing 312 Motorsports, representing Auburn University as well. Mike Robinson, he raced on Tuesday night in the ABN Super Sprint Championship, but those are GT cars, so this is a brand new experience for him in ABN. Alex Martin making his debut. Caitlin Height was the first driver to join ABN, but this is where she makes her official debut over a year later. So happy to have her on track as well. And then you have Lilac Zier, who is in the Champ Car Preseason Challenge race at Chicagoland on Thursday. Blake Henderson, he was at Fontana in the Champ Car season in 2022. Zachary Apperson making his debut from HTL. Eli Sasek.
Cody McCorkle.
Yeah, Cody McCorkle, another one. Yeah. Eli Sasek, he was in the Hyper Formula race on Wednesday. He's making his Champ Car debut officially in this race. So a lot of debuts.
Yep, including also Zachary Apperson as well. Unless I think you already said him.
Yep.
There's definitely a good mix. I know that a lot of the disciplines, a lot of the drivers here representing Prismatic or are part of the community at Prismatic, definitely are slightly more biased towards the ovals. But yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. Lilac's bread and butter is very much closed cockpit stock cars. More specifically, talking about NASCARs. She races and runs quite a lot of those. Of course, Judith, more of a dirt racer, but she seems to have a knack for oval, especially when it comes to Indy cars on ovals.
Not sure that was the
What about-
spun.
That was the 40, not the 47. It was the 2. It was the 2 of Cody McCork, or at least he was involved in that incident right there.
Gotcha.
I was going to do my best Michael Waltrip, Darrell Waltrip impression, going, "What do you see that I don't see?"
Right.
During that.
Yep, it was Cody McCorkle that spun in front of the pack there.
I mean, good to stay out of it. It's good avoiding action from all involved, and you've got this nice little pack developing. Of course, Judith Cooper taking the bottom line, and I mean it's Caitlin Height. Just on the midline, they're forming into lines of 2, coming around the start-finish straight, with the 70 making it 3 wide.
Yeah, again,
you're gonna see.
Yeah.
I was gonna say you're gonna see a lot of 3 wide action here, or at least 2 wide, possibly 3 wide when we get late in the race. You're trying to make that third line work, and it's just gonna be about kind of again towing line and making slipstream key here.
Well, you can definitely see going down that back straight a little bit of jostling there, a little bit further up between Caitlin Height and Emma Carter. You can definitely see Caitlin trying to beat the aero effects coming off the side of the car, trying to keep it in a straight line, but there's so much pressure there. Ooh, and then just looking at Lilac Zier and Olivia Hayward, Lilac Zier taking the inside line there, just staying above that yellow line, pushing towards the wall here, down the back straight. Of course, coming out of turn 2, and I mean, looking at what's going on, it really is going to be entertaining.
Yeah, now we're on board with Judith Cooper as she tries to navigate this pack ahead of her. 4 cars in front, and then there's more there as they almost make contact. It looks like that was one of the Agent Inc. cars in front. No, that's Caitlin Height. That was on the bottom. But she's working her way through here.
That was a moment. Definitely a moment. Sorry, I was also just going to turn around and say, looking at this screen on the live broadcast, hey, I can see my livery from here.
Right.
Quite cool to see the one that I've worked many hours on refining on stream. It's kind of quite fun.
Right now we're watching as
honestly, just seeing from Cooper's onboard camera here, it just kind of feels like the calm before the storms. You're just looking ahead and you're just seeing 2-3 wide action ahead of you, and you're just like, what can I do to join the fray, and do I want to join the fray? Because it's a situation where you want to fight and you want to have fun and race in that situation. As we do see a move here with Caitlin, going to try to take the toe on, I believe that's South just ahead here. Yep. Going to try to out drag, but she's going to be able to kind of clear him, but she's not going to be able to really take it lower. We just see a lot of drivers set their fastest laps there because of the toe of the slipstream. She's going to stay high as the car head's going to go low, and she's going to try to just toe, and that's what you got to do. Use the slipstreams of the car ahead. The kind of
looks like someone in the backfield's gone.
Yep, that's the 4 of Judith Cooper that just way off into the inside wall.
She chose chaos. I love it to bits, but she chose chaos there.
well, and
she can handle the pressure.
You choose chaos knowing you can handle it. That is the biggest thing, is figure out what you can and can't do here. There's 20, 21, 22 cars about to join in. So we're gonna have a pretty decent field. It's gonna match our Brickyard 500 field we had back in May. I think we had 24 for that race, so we're very close to matching and possibly exceeding that field size for our second 500-mile race.
Mm-hmm. And it's worth noting right there, Caitlin was leading about 1 lap ago, and now she's 5th in that pack. So it just shows, again, you can be the high of highs and lows of lows. It's just, you got to time your move perfectly. with in the late stages if you want to win this thing.
Well, I guess taking your line and checking the engine. Oh, God!
That's 2.
What
That's
a
3.
crash! Yeah, Jesus!
Nabarani, that's south, that's flipping.
Still flipping.
Oh, just hearing. I'm sorry. I'm just hearing South over the chat going. My God.
That's one
Wow.
word to say.
Yeah, I'm surprised I didn't hear anything stronger, to be honest. That was absolutely mad. I mean, Doug did about 3 or 4 flips there in the infield coming off of the back straight. So, I mean, what else can you say? It's just kind of a terrifying. If that was real, that would have been absolutely terrifying. Reminds me of incidents like that of Guan Yu Zhou at the British Grand Prix earlier this year, doing multiple flips after impacting the barrier.
Well, that was a hard reset for a lot of drivers. Zach McBride now atop the leaderboard, though. So some work for him being done.
I mean, that was his last lap. It was his last lap there, wasn't it? Yes. 31.83. So pretty good fast lap there. Easily the fastest on the field, without a shadow of a doubt. I mean, the closest so far, you could argue. Well, I guess there are 4 people within relative close pace. He's just over a tenth faster than Roger Saucier. Joe McAdory, the previous leader, only 100th of a second behind Saucier. And Doug South, also the only other person on a 31 with a 31.98. Well, and Zach McBride's just gone.
Yep. So that's going to be a toe back for McBride as he's, inside wall just for good measure. And that's going to be 2 cars heading back to the pit lane, including the 94 of Pressy as well. So now 7 minutes remaining. I'm shocked we don't have. I feel like we're going to gear up for one more pit party here. I feel like we're going to make one more mad rush for the door to try to get one more major attempt. Because most of the field's currently sitting in pit lane.
No doubt. I mean, at the end of the day, this is the chance to have a little bit of fun. There we go. Hear it over the mic. Brian Saucier turning around saying, "Pit party, anyone?"
Well, find friends where you can find them. As there goes another one right there. That's a 41 of Zachary Apperson. He'll be in the wall, and that person hits the cone, the 25, but gonna hit the wall too for good measure.
Yeah, the rip cone and rip left front suspension.
And I think Zachary almost hit the tires, not the tires, the barrels there as well, but just skate by it. So
I'm just looking at the end of the pit lane at the moment. I can see a few cars lining up at the end of the pit lane.
Let's see. We got McBride, Saucier, South, Carter, Hayward, Nabarati, Overton, Gaiman, Henderson, Pressy, and a few other drivers starting to make the move as well. I think that's, most of the field's going to be in this one easily.
I guess the question I want to ask, because obviously I am a little bit biased, being who I am, but I guess I'll try and be as impartial as possible and use both of your marvelous experience with multiple series and seeing drivers here that I personally haven't watched. Who would be in this race? Who would be your favorites? Who would be the kind of people you would expect or potentially might favor to take the race win here in the ABM 500?
Ooh, that's a tough one. You want to go first?
Sure, I'll go first on this one because there are a couple people that stick out in my head as potential runaway drivers here. Doug South, I don't think can be ignored. He has the wherewithal, he has the mental, the fortitude to really handle an event like this. He won at Pocono on debut. These races really kind of do everything that he wants it to do. It's a very big event for him, and I think that he's got a lot of motivation here to get the job done tonight. You can't ignore Olivia Hayward. She just got her first podium on an oval, but she's blisteringly quick everywhere that she goes in the number 72 for Prismatic Motorsports. I think you look at Zach McBride. He has the ability to play spoiler and really surprise people. Joe McAdory, I know how quick that he is in this race, so that's going to be a wild time. But I think that he's got a really good shot. But I think Doug South, right now I think should be the odds-on favorite.
I think personally I would agree with you. Doug South we saw him at. Sorry to cut you off. I just want to kind of give my predictions as well here. We saw Doug South very strong Pocono, one of the other Triple Crown stages. He obviously wasn't here for the Indy 500 because he came in later. And even at Auto Club, he was leading within the lap 100 call out, but obviously late pit stop put him off sequence and he couldn't finish that one. So I would probably put the odds off favorite. But other drivers I'm looking at, Emma Carter, she's been sneaky fast on ovals. She's slowly found that pace and has been kind of good. She just has to keep it clean together for the whole race. But we saw it the Indy 500. She was almost in the front row. And they also at Auto Club as well, she's pretty fast. We do see a big wreck there with McBride. And also one other driver I'm keeping an eye on, Nicholas Pressey. He was also pretty strong at these ovals. And we saw at Auto Club, he was within a fighting chance of winning at the end there. So I think he's also that number 94 machine, something to keep an eye on as well. But I think Doug South is the odds are betting favorite, from my opinion.
Yeah, I guess for me, I look at this and obviously, I can see. I definitely take some of your names, but I'm just looking at some of the other names in the field that maybe we haven't necessarily mentioned. Speak as she speaks over chat. Caitlin Height, I honestly think could potentially be a really surprise package. Personally, I've seen her run oval. She is a very consistent contender, a bit of a serial winner, especially in oval racing in stock cars. So it will be exciting to see what Caitlin does during this race. So maybe a dark horse, especially if the race goes her way. I know what to expect from Olivia. She's done incredibly well considering how much work she's put in for this team, for not only for us, but into these ABN series. But I guess for me, the name that I guess I'm really looking at is the one that you mentioned previously, Emma Carter. I honestly think that if she can keep herself, because she definitely is young, but she is incredibly fast. If Emma can keep her head, keep her cool, think about things strategically while continuing to push as fast as possible and knowing when to not go over that line, I honestly think Emma Carter could be a real interesting figure in this battle.
Yeah, I could agree with that point. It's just she's gonna have to be just. I know it's maybe not a word 100% of her vocabulary, but patience is key. But she has that switch where she's on 100% of the time, which is great. But sometimes that puts her in a situation where she may end up on the wrong side of it with a little bit too much aggression.
Well, we absolutely love her work at Prismatic. We're massive fans of Emma Carter. Obviously, very close with many of our drivers. Of course, Olivia Hayward, Christina Ryan, and Caitlin Haight. So we're very excited to see Emma do so well and continue to do so well. And we're hoping that once we can hopefully we can grab her on board, because I know that she would benefit from some coaching and some advice from our lovely driver development lead, Emily Howe, going forward.
Mm-hmm.
Right now we're watching it looks like we have another group here. Obviously Lilac Zier leading, I believe, a little bit of a smaller group. That's Josh Gaiman behind. Number 59 for him, making his second career start in ABN. Big time competitor in the ARCS A-Square Cup Series. Looking to try to make some more inroads in ABN competition as he gets ready to compete full-time in 2023. So excited to see him on board for an event like this, and can't wait to see what he can do, because he's also a competitive guy. He is someone who can take championships by storm if you're not careful, and he is 100% looking to open up his win account in ABN tonight. Someone I didn't say when I made my predictions, but he easily could possibly storm to one here.
I want to say him too, honestly. So we saw him at that open practice event at the short track in Florida. I don't remember the name off the top of my head, but Myrtle Beach, I think it was. But he was pretty strong there too. We know he's very quick. He just went P6 on the charts, but just not having as much, I wouldn't say experience, obviously, but not seeing him as much. I was hesitant, but yeah, he's definitely a threat as well in that 59.
Something I'll point out here, because it will get a little confusing for those watching. There are two Overton drivers. It's the brothers Lee and Jason Overton. Jason, a last-minute join as he made a pit stop practice to end the practice here. But he's the number 99, whereas Lee is in the number 16. So
Yeah, that would be exciting to see how they do. I've seen Lee perform, but I've not seen Jason race before, so it's going to be really exciting to see how that one pans out.
all right, so qualifying now about to begin. It is officially underway.
Fantastic. I was laughing there at some of the conversations in the text chat. The great thing about sim racing is you get some weird and wacky things that happen inside your home, and I think some incidents there a bit earlier on. Zach McBride saying, "My kids were distracting me. That's my bad," in relation to an incident that involved him and someone else. And Eric Nabriani saying, the cat jumped onto the pedals." So it's definitely some interesting issues there for different members of the grid in practice.
Mm-hmm. So
Right
now we
now.
start qualifying here as we're, I think, riding on board with the
Saucier.
07 as Saucier. I was going to make sure because he was the first one to head out on track. And remember, it is a 4-lap average. So you're going to have to be consistent over 4 laps, and clean laps are the only ones that do count. So if you do make a mistake, it may not be as good for you as it's the average on report. So Saucier going to start, obviously finish his first run here. Obviously purple both across the board because obviously first one to cross the line. He's going to get the double purples. But we're not going to get a full report yet, but we can kind of keep an eye on sectors and that to see where drivers are at the very least. But right now, Saucier top of the table, at least on lap 1.
Yeah, so with this event, well, we're kind of in the waiting period because we don't know what laps look like so far. We won't know until these 4-lap runs are completed. It is an average of 4 laps. So what we will end up getting reported is the average of those 4 laps. So laps will come in pretty thick and fast once everyone completes those 4-lap averages. Saucier, Cooper, Pressey, and I believe Gaiman will be the first 4 to really kind of report their lap times here once they get through all 4. And then the lap times will really start coming in at the closing parts of this in the last 5 minutes of the session. We do not have bump qualifying, so everyone is safely in this race. There were some concerns that maybe a lot of last minute people join in, and it'd be a crazy occurrence, but that is not the case, as it looks like we're going to be standing at 22 drivers for tonight's event.
It's worth noting right now, only drivers not out taking a lap, starting a run right now are Caitlin Height, as obviously she had a disconnection issue. Hoping she can get back in here before it's all said and done. Doug South, Zach McBride, Alex Martin. Everyone else is either... Yep, he just came on track. You are correct. So only 3 drivers have not started runs yet. Everyone else is either starting a lap on the first lap, second lap, or third lap. As Saucier going to be the first one across the line at 32.688. See what the benchmark is. Obviously, 94 just jumps ahead.
That's a good lap. And it looks like Zachary Apperson has spun the car into the wall. That is going to be really detrimental to his 4 laps.
Something worth noting, I just saw Emma Carter first lap was purple both sectors, so keep an eye on her and her 4-lap average if you can keep it consistent.
Well, it looks like Josh Gaiman has set a lap, currently sitting P3. Eric Nibriani sitting in P4 sets a lap, and Judith Cooper in P5, the last of the drivers yet who have set laps, currently sitting P5. Cody McCorkle gets up to P5 there.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, we're looking at Lee Overton, Eric Nabarani up to 5th. So
Emil Johnson, 4th.
Yep, next driver probably going to cross the line here is going to be Joe McAdory here as he's almost done with his last lap here. We'll see where he can slot that number 312 machine. Triple digits for the win.
Hey.
And just crossed it. Only P8.
Only 8.
So I think he may have made a mistake somewhere on one of those 4 laps.
Possibly. That would definitely surprise me considering the pace there. I guess right now it's Nicholas Pressey leading the way, Roger Saucier in P2, Josh Gaiman in P3, Emil Johansson in P4, Eric Nabiani in P6 now after Blake Henderson sets a P5 lap.
Mm-hmm. Blake Henderson just crossed the line there. And now we got Eli Sassick, Emma Carter, Olivia Hayward all on their 3rd laps here. Sassick's going to cross the line next, followed shortly behind Carter and Hayward. Carter P1.
Carter, wow.
And Eli P7. So prediction came true at least a little bit. Emma Carter's first lap was not a fluke. And that's going to be a least a pole run for now for the number 70 machine, as
Lilac goes
Lilac goes P4 in the 89 machine.
Well, that's incredible. I mean, looking at the best laps there, about 0.08 of a second between her best and the best of Nicholas Pressey. So that's incredible. That really is incredible pace there. Just keeping an eye on it. Olivia Hayward hops up to P7 with a 32.77. So right now it's Gearcat, Nicholas Pressey, E Motorsports. Currently the two leaders at the moment. Oh, looks like Lee set a time. The Overton for Agent Inc. Racing, P6.
Mm-hmm.
Doug South, middle of his run. Alex Martin, 12th fastest. Is what we're looking at so far.
Still waiting for Doug South at the moment.
Yeah. Doug South's halfway through his run right now. He'll be coming to lap 3 when he gets around this situation. So, and he's only one on track at doing competitive runs. So we'll see what he can do in that Open Medicine Foundation car.
I'm assuming that Zachary Apperson has decided to not risk it. That incident there during one of his laps there, really kind of knocking him out. I wonder if he's just going to sit out, start from as close to the back of the grid as possible, and just let the race come to him, potentially.
That is a strategy we've seen before from some drivers on ovals where they elect not to qualify, and obviously with no bumping, you don't have to worry about not making the show. So it is an element of strategy if you think there's going to be pure chaos. So here comes South, though, going to go as low as he can. Can he bump Emma Carter off provisional pole? Not enough, only P8 for Doug South. So slot in the same spot as his car number.
Very jumbled up grid, as you might say. It's definitely not what we were calling. We knew that Emma Carter, Emma Carter and Nick Pressey were names that definitely stood out to us. But definitely a jumble there. Some drivers we expected to maybe be a little bit higher, like Doug South, just not quite having the qualifying laps. But of course, qualifying means nothing if nobody else can keep pace, and they end up having involved in incidents.
I mean, I'm happy. The two drivers that I picked, including Doug South, are currently 1-2 provisional pole and front row of the grid. So I'm happy with that. So we're about to start the drivers' meeting sooner rather than later, as it looks like qualifying is basically a foregone conclusion.
Yeah, we're not going to see any laps from Caitlin Haight, Zachary Apperson, Zach McBride, and Jason Overton by the looks of it. So it looks like that will be the formation of the back of the grid.
It's interesting to note, sorry to cut you off, I'll say Caitlin has not rejoined yet, and she has not. So whatever's plaguing her connection issues has not resolved itself yet, and she's going to have a few last little chance to get in, but she has just reconnected, so she will take the grid, but obviously going to be farther back than probably she'd want to be in that number 9.
Well, potentially, but if there's anyone that can manage getting through the field, it's Caitlin Haight from my experience. So definitely do not take that as a game over for her. Much like anyone else in that backfield. So I guess for right now, it looks like Emma Carter will start P1, Nicholas Pressey P2, Roger Saucier P3, Lilac Zier P4, Joshua Gaiman P5, Lee Overton P6, Emil R. Johansson in P7, of course Doug South in P8, Olivia Hayward P9, Blake Henderson P10, Mike Robinson in P11, Eli Sasek in P12, Alex Martin in P13, Arik Nibriani in P14, Cody McCorkle in P15, Judith Cooper in P16, Joe McAdory in P17, and of course the drivers that have not set a time: Caitlin Haight, Zachary Apperson, Zach McBride, and Jason Overton. Perfect.
Carmen, can you drag Alex up from our? He might be AFK, if you don't mind.
Sorry, I'm late.
Sorry
Went
to
to go.
interrupt.
Sorry, I'm late. Went to go. Yeah, I'm sorry I'm late, guys. I went to go take care of my asthma.
Hmm. Jeez. This is I just want to thank everyone for being a part of this. I'm happy to represent Agent Inc. and sponsor this race as I wasn't familiar with the Open Med or Open Medicine Foundation prior to this. I personally have Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, a connective tissue disorder, fibromyalgia, and a myriad of other things, including getting tested for chronic fatigue syndrome. So I just from the bottom of my heart, I appreciate everyone donating their time and donating to Open Med, as it will make a difference for someone, whether it's one of us or not. It's helping the future generations with these genetic conditions. So again, thank you to everyone, and thank you for putting this on. I'm excited to be a part of this. Yeah, no, I'm looking forward to. I think this is going to be a good relationship, especially with we have a team running super sprint and going to look to do champ car, and I'm excited to kind of find a home for our league racing. So this has worked out even better than I could have hoped.
Oh, yes. I know in Champ Car whatever it was called last season, I forgot. It was no one-lap shootouts at the end. Is that still the case for this race? No. Okay.
Yes, yes, I've got a question on behalf of, well, the AIR team. So one of our drivers, Scott Ramler, he, yeah, he was running a little bit late. And is it too late for him to, because he doesn't have a league invite, but I think he was registered for the race. He just messaged.
Yeah.
I-
Thing over. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I just said I would ask for him. Thank you.
Eric has one.
Sorry. Map and okay, this is related more to the car. Map 8 is the pacing map, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And then map 1 is just like the general oval map. Okay, thank you.
No, you
Oh,
got it.
oh, so just say-
8 is racing and 1 is pacing. He's that.
Okay, got it.
Just one more thing quickly. Map 1 is full rich. Map 2 to 5 is trimmed down a bit. Map 6 and 7 are for road, so don't go 6 and 7 unless you really want to. 7 is essentially the same as 1.
Okay, got it. Okay, thank you.
And to be clear, no lucky dogs.
Are we using restart zone? All right, gotcha.
I have one more question, if that's all right. The guy on our team who missed the race, would it be all right for him to spot? Okay. Does he need an invite for that or anything? Okay. I'll try and send him an invite. And actually, maybe Lee knows if Scott is in the Discord. No, he's not, it seems. Okay. Thank you for helping me there. Appreciate it.
Carmen, are we doing a 3 wide start or no?
Just like we were.
We got time. We could do one.
Okay. It's okay. We'll figure it out.
Sorry for being late, boys.
Thank you, Carmen.
Beans.
Thank you for setting this up.
Ow.
It's definitely going to be interesting. I mean, look, it's going to get really exciting, going to get really dicey at the moment. So I can't wait to get this race going.
Mm-hmm. I think someone wants to chat, wants to know how to donate. If you want to let them know. I know.
Good luck, everybody.
Yeah.
Well, it's better to have him at least now in the warm-up lap than when the money counts.
Pretty much. Looks like all the cars are going out. Behind that, absolutely. Is that a Mustang? That's a Kia. I can never tell. Don't worry. It's when I. Don't worry. I still have nightmares about a truck being the pace car at Watkins Glen with GT cars.
Well, they got the truck on standby, just in case.
Oh, gosh. Pace cars coming in. And they speed up. Pressy getting a really good launch.
Yeah, Carter was caught bogged down there, and Pressy's going to be able to clear going into one. So Pressy going to jump that inside. Carter going to have second position. Then you got the 89 machine and Saucier fighting for third.
This is it. Looking at the moment, coming out of two, it looks like Lilac had to go high. Saucier going low. Looks like Josh Gaiman is getting stuck in now. Lilac Zir deciding I'm staying on the high side, and it is, but having a really good run back around, taking Gaiman back, and Saucier going from there. It looks like there's some even more carnage going on down the field.
Yeah, no, everyone's still got a point in the right direction, but it looks like a bit of a pack formation as the 41 and has got his own train, 17th on back, and 16th up are in this major pack right here as Pressy still leads. And Saucier teammates 1-2 as Carter's falling back down to third, now under pressure from, I believe that's Joshua Gaiman.
So at this moment, looking as it stands, I'm looking further down the field. Looks like Caitlin Haight is on the run at the moment, currently pushing, coming out of turn 4 as it stands, coming past the start-finish line. I mean, has already got up to P11, so a great start there considering she started without a qualifying time. Olivia Hayward is looking to just keep things on a recovery, and it looks like Caitlin Haight getting the fastest lap.
Sorry to cut you off, but we do got a 3-wide battle here for the lead. Is Gaiman going to try to split the middle on the Nicholas Pressy E-Motorsport teammates, and he's going to be able to get the job clear, and he's going to take the lead. So put Gaiman up to first, Pressy down to second. Now Saucier under pressure for third.
Long.
Maybe not. Pressy going to get a good run here. They're going to go 2 abreast and 3 wide right behind us. Henderson has made his way up to join this battler. He's getting stuck on in.
Wow, look at Caitlin Haight already up to P6. Wow.
She's a woman on a mission.
Unreal. I mean, already catching up towards that lead pack at the moment, is trying to catch up with Emma Carter at the moment, and you could see that that Gear Cats machine in front of that Alfa Romeo liveried IndyCar right now, currently going 3 wide, the leaders. Gaiman, Presley,
they're almost
Henderson.
4 wide.
Wow.
As Henderson kind of gets a little twitchy there, loose, almost sends it into the car on the right side, but luckily keeps it clean, straight. That's going to cause Henderson to lose some time.
Looks like they're forming 2 lines at the moment. On the top side, of course, you got Pressy and Carter. On the bottom side, you've got Gaiman and Haight at the moment.
People wondering, I think Saucier may have said, I had enough of this. He's jumped back to 15th position. He is just at the tail end of this pack here. I think he kind of looked at what was going on. He was like, it's a long race. Live to fight another day.
Looks like fastest lap of the race so far has just gone to McCorkle there. Cody McCorkle getting a 31.96. So pretty close to some of the top qualifying times.
Yeah, as the fuel glands come down, though, and the race goes on, those times will start to drop, though. So right now, though, we'll see if that time continues onward. But Gaiman still leads the thing. Henderson second, Height third. Height, as you were just saying, working her way up through the field. And she wants to taste this lead, as she's going to take Henderson side by side, but nowhere to really take it. As actually, she's going to take a move to the high side here, going into 3 and going to try to run, but she's not going to have that much toe, but she is going to have some help from behind.
Some switchovers there coming out of that start-finish straight. You could see Blake Henderson decided, I'm going to commit to the high side behind Caitlin Hay, and Emma Carter seeing that and going, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to stick with Josh Gaiman.
Again, still, we're only on lap 8, and it's many laps remaining here at the very least, over 250, and we're only on lap 8. So, again, race of kind of survival nutrition is probably going to be the strongest choice you can put here.
Wide.
Trying to keep your cars. Yep, they are 3 wide here. And we got Eli. He's also trying to challenge the fray here as well, along with Nabarati, and just on the tail end behind that as well. And then we have a battle for the lead. Henderson going to lead that lap on Gaiman, but not going to come. Ooh, they almost touched there. That's going to send Henderson up the racetrack a little bit. That could have been bad and took out many cars, but they keep it clean. 3 wide behind.
Moves.
Going to allow Carter to have a run here going into the next corner. Oh, you can also see Caitlin as well. They're going to try to split Gaiman.
I mean, that was incredible. Keeping that car from rotating and hitting that wall. Unbelievable stuff there. Of course, great racing there from Blake Henderson and Josh Gaiman.
Again, how aggressive they're fighting. Yeah, they're fighting hard.
It is. I've kind of been saying, I've kind of just been watching and observing. We're watching everything kind of slim out. A lot of people have settled in. Everyone understands that this is a 500-mile race, 250 laps. Everyone took the drivers' meeting to heart here. Like, you have to make it to the end. These drivers at the front, though, they just want to be up front. They're worried about laps led. Everything else will fall in later. And it's incredible to see.
It's not a points-paying event, so leading laps is only really good for the pride of leading the lap. But it is when we do eventually, because if we do stay green, we're going to have green flag pit stops, obviously. You do want to be up there in the front to give yourself a slight advantage just in case a mistake happens or whatever. But right now, with how hard they're running, it's just one bad twitch can take out many vehicles.
See Eli Sasek in the Good Smile Racing Machine as everyone goes through turns 3 and 4.
Just keeping an eye on that moment, and also just looking at the teams and just seeing who at this moment is leading the way for each team. At this moment, I mean, there's a ton of independents, of course, leading the way. You could say that Gear Cats is well up there with Emma Carter getting stuck in. And just looking at Lee Overton, I believe, is the lead Agent Inc. racing driver at the moment, just ahead of teammate Emil Johansson.
Yeah, there you go. 2 of those Agent Inc. racing machines on board as we see them 7th and 8th here.
Oh, and to answer someone's question in the chat, there's only one fast repair for all the drivers in this field. So if they do have a mistake, they get one chance to rectify it. And then after that, they're on their own.
I'm going to have to put that into my vocabulary, correctify. I love that word.
It's a lot of Kevinisms in AVN. It's wonderful. We have to make a...
Oh, that's incredible.
We'll have a website page dedicated to it here at some point.
You know what? That's fine. I'm gonna have to. I'm definitely going to enjoy using that one in normal conversation. But a good influence there from good influence, absolutely good influence there.
As we're still watching this 3-hour battle between Henderson, Gaiman, and Caitlin, 1, 2, 3. It's just a situation just watching. It's almost kind of poetic, rhythmic, if you will. Just seeing how hard they can push it on the limit without putting it over the edge.
So, hearing over the radio there, some conversations a bit further back towards P5, Arik being told he's blinking quite a bit there. So, potentially some connection issues may be making an impact on this race. Potentially could make things a little bit more difficult for the cars behind.
I don't think it's Nabarani that's blinking. I think it's Sasek that's blinking.
Yeah, because I've seen nothing with Nabaratic. He's been pretty okay, his connection-wise. The only one I've seen kind of had some slight blinking issues is Zach McBride, currently well off the pace in 21st position.
Yeah, he's spun early on.
Yeah, everyone else is kind of holding. And if you just kind of looking through the field, Judith Cooper about 3-4 laps ago was about a second of this big train we have here all the way to the 89 and 15 position. Now she's fallen back into the clutches of Joe McAdory, Jason Overton, Cody McCorkle, and Zachary Apperson, as she just shows that without the slipstream and without the kind of the help to stay locked in, you're going to fall back. And she's now got to hope for a caution or some kind of divine intervention to get back up to the lead pack.
Well, the way they're driving at the moment, I mean, they've been driving on the edge, but right now they've been driving incredibly well, have had a great sense of what's going on around them. They've had some sketchy moments, but certainly have not had anything brought up, committed to anything that you could say would even remotely lead to something bringing out the yellow flag, which is, absolute testament to everyone running on this track at the moment, especially in this lead pack.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we have 21 cars, all of them still on the lead lap. Obviously, McBride will end up losing a lap here, I believe, in the next 10 laps with just where he's at on track.
3 wide again, up the front.
Constant 3 wide pressure. Blake Henderson from the HTL Cup Series. We get to see that beginning in December. He didn't get to do a whole lot of racing in Fontana back in October. His second Champ Car start. Technically, this is a Champ Car event for AVN. So far, going a lot better as he battles with the lead with Joshua Gaiman, who he raced in a different Cup Series, the ArcSace for a Cup Series. Was a championship contender there. As you see, Caitlin Height, someone with about as many accolades as Christina Ryan, as much as she has. Court Truck Series champion, Court Cup Series champion, Cedra Cup Series champion. Caitlin Height's done it all. 24 Hours to Daytona race winner.
She's got a lot of trophies on her mantle.
She does.
She does. I mean, I'm mightily impressed. She puts everything on the line, and I've seen some incredible racing from Kate. She's naturally fast, and
Watch
has always
Emma
been
Carter.
naturally fast. Whoa, Emma Carter
Emma
there.
Carter.
4 wide. Wow.
Henderson had to back out of it because he was the odd man out there. Oh, Henderson actually.
Oh, that's in the car in the grass. Keeps it clean.
That was
Keeps it
Henderson.
straight.
He clipped the apron, and a really good save. He's only down to 15th because of where everyone's sitting at the moment. But a really good save has taken him out of contention early as it went 4 wide. And obviously that 4 wide call when you're in the corner is a terrifying call to say the least. This track is not as wide as Fontana was back in October. There are a little bit more limitations as to what you can and can't pull off.
Eric dropping down the field there, or having a collection moment.
Yeah, he's having a mass connection moment. He's currently there, but there's the blink.
Yep. Well, that was kind of crazy, but I will turn around and say that situation, that save there, means very different things for many other drivers down the field. Up front, it was absolutely the best case scenario. Blake Henderson not bringing out that pace car, but of course, if you're at the back of the field and you're dropping off the pack and you have that separation between pack A and pack B, that is not the news you would have wanted.
Well, the good news for Henderson, at the very least, he's going to get kind of stuck in with the group that's currently well off the pace there. So at the very least, he will find some kind of friends to kind of hang around with. So his race is not totally done either. But seeing these kind of moments right now makes me kind of glad I'm primarily more of a broadcaster instead of a
spin from Cody McCorkle.
Yep, McCorkle spun it on the back stretch. One car only. He's stuck in the wall, but he'll back it up. Looks like not much damage, but yeah, he gets it re-rolling. But he's going to get swabbed by the pack here. He's probably just going to pull it down in the apron 3 and 4.
Wow. That could have been, had he been closer to that pack, that potentially could have been race changing.
Yep, he's actually not going to pit here. He thinks the car is relatively okay. McBride, though, going to come in, though.
Oh, here's the thing. He's right in. Oh, he luckily pulled out the way at the right time as Gaiman and Height were getting really stuck in there.
He'll try to latch onto the back of this pack here to try to limp it around, but seeing how slow he is, I don't think he'll be able to do that as the pack just blew by him. And he's going to be in a bit of no man's land. First car to go 1 down right now, at the very least.
Yeah, McBride is in pit lane.
McBride's
will
in pit
join him
lane.
soon.
Mm-hmm. Blake Henderson's also one down as well, it
Yeah,
seems.
Henderson had just made a pit stop.
Yeah. Okay.
Which makes sense considering his tires would have absolutely been scrubbed after that incident. So at this moment, I'm just keeping an eye out. Cody McCorkle within the pit lane now. Because of that, I'd say the driver's still on the lead lap. It's going to be up to 18th and Judith Cooper.
Yep, Judith Cooper will be the last car on the lead lap. First car one down. Lucky dog position right now is Blake Henderson, as he'll be well ahead, as the 2 is actually going to go 2 down here. So him and McBride are going to both be on the same 2 down strategy right now. Not looking good for both McBride and McCorkle here, even for McBride, who won the last Champ Car race at Fontana.
So an interesting note to mention about the front. You'll see this over this race, and I kind of had a feeling this would be the case. Watch Caitlin Height and Emma Carter. These two, good friends, have raced with each other plenty of times before. They know how each other race. Emma Carter is going to use every single little benefit in working together with Caitlin Height here. You can see her sticking behind, dedicating her line to behind that of Caitlin Height. So keep an eye on that battle, because that could be potentially pivotal as the race goes on.
Yeah, absolutely, it can be. Obviously, it's thinned out a little bit. It's now mostly 2x2. Nabarani staying in the top 5. The confidence that he has grown just between Thursday and today, from Chicagoland to today, is dramatically different and dramatically altered. A lot more confidence here. Obviously, working with Josh Gaiman. Those 2 are teammates for Stepping Stone Motorsports. But Nabarani doing a really good job of just sticking in, holding into that top 5. But soon, with how it's looking so far, we are going to have green flag pit stops here in the next, I would say, 20 laps.
Yep.
So,
well, we keep seeing... Oh, Caitlin Height, I think, just caught Josh Gaiman there. Looks very close.
it's going to push her down to the 3rd position. She's still alongside Sasek as Carter tries to go for the race lead. Carter did not have a good Thursday in the Champ Car preseason challenge. It ended up being classified 7th, but not finishing the race after having a late spin there. So she's still looking for her first oval race win. 3-time Champ Car race winner.
Yeah, sorry, Caitlin Height just at that moment was looked like was trying to make it 3 wide. I think she's still trying to think about making it 3 wide, especially with Sasek right there as well.
Yep. It's just these 4 or 5 cars, and then like I said,
I know that they weren't that close, but to see it all synchronized like that is so terrifying. Especially if you're behind it.
Again, I'm glad up in the booth rather than down on the racetrack right now.
Are you sure you don't want to be in the car right now? Because this is a lot of fun.
I'm good.
You know what we need? This is maybe the European bit in me, but MotoGP does a fantastic thing where they put. Looks like I can't tell if that was some damage there, or whether the game was having an absolute moment. But I was. MotoGP does this amazing thing where they put heartbeat sensors on not only the riders, but also on the team principals sitting in the garage. I think we need to consider doing something like that in future. See the heart rates, see how the heart rates go after watching stuff like this, even from the commentary booth.
Got to get the Fitbit on.
Yeah.
So, I mean, right now, it looks like they're forming 2 lines now. They're starting to form up. Gaiman...
Oh, go ahead, sorry.
No, never mind. To be honest, they proved me wrong almost immediately by going 3 wide.
Maybe it was a good thing I almost cut you off there. But I wanted to say on point, though, is Gaiman going to want it back. It's just kind of a ring around the leader here situation where everyone wants a taste. But with coming the green flag pit stop shortly, pitting, it's something where you don't want to pit alone.
There's the caution. Ooh.
And gets hit by someone. 2 cars involved.
Here we go.
89 and 94, I think.
Yeah, that was The 89 of Lilac Zier, and then the 94 Nick Pressey.
And I think the 70 of Emma Carter as well.
Yeah. Carter was the one that's fun.
That is massive. And yeah, you can see, if you look at Emma Carter right now, there's vibration coming off of that rear left. So absolutely damaged the suspension. That rear wing is holding on by threads.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that is race changing, especially in a 500-mile race.
Yep. They do have a fast repair. Question is, can she fix that, or does she want to burn it now? Because it looks like with how it's bent, she's gonna have to burn it, for better or worse.
She has to take it. If I think it's if not for the rear wing, it's for the suspension. With that suspension the way that it is, it would be absolutely suicidal to risk it. I mean, the front wing has gone off. That car is not going in a straight line, or is not. That suspension entirely is not in a straight line. Yeah, I think probably a good idea.
Yeah, we'll
the rear
see
wing
her,
finally drops off.
We'll see here on our pit stop window here. She's gonna be in the pits.
Yep, fast repair.
Yeah.
Yep. Fast repair. Gonna get some fresh rubber on it. And away she goes.
Looks like the pit stops are now coming in now. Josh Gaiman leading the way from Caitlin Height and Eli Sasak.
So we're going to take a look at what happened while these pit stops are ongoing. Actually, we're going to wait until after these pit stops are done before we take a look at it, because we could see a lot of changes happening. Emma Carter will start at the rear of the field, pitting under a closed pit lane.
And it's going to allow Blake Henderson to get on the lead lap.
Yep, absolutely.
So here's the intrigue that I have. What will this do for some of the drivers in the midfield that were still relatively in touching distance of that lead pack?
Oh, it pulls you right back forward now. The issue is that,
I mean,
the issue is whether or not you want to actually be there. Like, because like the second pack,
of the 312 and everyone below him, Judah Cooper,
like they chose to be back there. That was an elected choice because they knew what was coming. It took a while to get there, but they knew it was happening. It was an elected choice.
Interesting thing from the pit lane. Olivia Hayward is in the pit lane still. Was she caught up in that incident?
So it said that she felt no contact, but it gave her a meatball. So maybe she has damage from debris.
Maybe.
Possible.
So we're going to look here because Nick Pressey was involved. So the spin began with Emma Carter. And here's what it looks like. So we have to pull up our amazing little highlighter. So keep an eye on car number 70, the red and black machine. There's Emma Carter. She just gets really loose all of a sudden. And Pressey nowhere to go. Lilac Zier nowhere to go.
That was Hayward, I think.
Maybe they just went to the inside. Oh,
yes.
Maybe.
Hayward got caught up very early in this. So I think she gets caught on the left-hand side. I think she's the first point of contact.
Yeah,
yes.
She is.
Oh, yep.
Yep.
iRacing deciding, oh, you've got suspension damage, and then, no, you don't have suspension damage.
But
visually.
Maybe you do.
Looks like it, but that would explain the meatball. But I think she's decided, you know what? I'm not going to burn my fast repair quite yet. It's far too early.
Yeah, I know, especially if you think the damage is minor enough, it's not worth it because chaos breeds chaos. So,
well, the question is there could be a massive bet here if she doesn't get out before the pace car, then she could end up in a position where ultimately, if there's another incident off of this restart, which is ever possible in pack racing like this, then she could come right back into this. So, I mean, there's always a good chance.
Right now, she is one down. Clock is still ticking, so we'll see.
She still is in the car.
She is leaving now, though. Yep, she is officially leaving the exit. The 89 is still sitting on pit lane, though. Clock is 252 onwards. She's going to go 2 down unless by some proxy she can get refired.
I wonder if she had her fast repair unchecked.
Maybe. Because that can happen.
Green flag in the air. We're back under
green.
green.
We have something in the back here, I think. Yeah, Henderson got a black. Something happened with Emma Carter.
Oh no. That is not the situation Emma Carter would want, and she has had to teleport back to pit lane.
Yeah, that caused a couple cars to get some blacks had to be cleared.
What happened to Emma Carter? Here's what happened. Oh, she got checked up. That's exactly what happened.
Oh.
There's a checkup.
And she ran back. And
oh, no, the Agent Ink car.
Barely missed it.
There was a stack up is what happened. And unfortunately, it kind of just fell away.
It was impossible to avoid. You know, you look at it from, if you saw it on the replay, as soon as she got relatively close to that rear of the Agent Ink car, those two Agent Ink cars, you saw the driver behind start to open up and pull towards the inside, almost boxing her in unintentionally, and there was nothing she could do.
Mm-hmm.
So, and to kind of break that down, because it's going to end up being reviewed by our director of competition, Evangeline Porter, you cannot go before the car in front of you goes. Because in the driver's meeting, you can't try to game the restart. So if someone tries to make the restart and it causes an accordion, that's going to be a penalty for not only a false start, but also causing an accident.
Double whammy.
Yeah, absolutely a double whammy. That's an instant lap loss, is what that is. You have to be careful with that sort of incident. And luckily it didn't throw another caution, because that would have made the mess even more difficult.
Oh, sorry to interrupt, Eric, having another moment of lag there.
Yeah, that's right in front of Lee Overton and Mike Robinson.
Even he was aware of it. I just heard on the radio comms.
Yeah, drivers have tools that they can see and tools that they can play with. Tools that they can see, they can measure if they're having latency issues. They can see what the issue is there, and obviously the end card tools. They can try to make as many adjustments and changes as they can with the roll bars and the weight checker. They have the ability to adjust a lot of items, both in and out of the car for this event. Nabarani just trying to stabilize everything out as he sits a little bit. He sits about half a second clear of Sasek. Sasek's still sitting at there. Everyone kind of giving each other spacer early on. Now that we've had one caution through the books, we're almost a fifth of the way through this race.
Mm-hmm. So an interesting conversation a little bit further down the field. Keep an eye on Alex Martin, Zachary Apperson, and Doug South. They've developed a little bit of a very close group. Last lap, Alex Martin and Zachary Apperson were really close, but Doug South has managed to separate that. And with it looks like Emil Johansson as well joining the fray, could be an exciting little battle developing here.
Yeah, it does look pretty exciting, and they're kind of fighting hard here for basically kind of the lead of the second pack, because they're about 8 tenths behind Bryce in the 7th position right now. But we know that pack supremacy kind of matters to a degree, and if you can break away and make a second, 2 seconds, you can pull away. So they're going to fight, but they fight a little bit too hard. It could cause the top 7 to kind of skirt away at the very least.
It's the battle between, do you want to be in front, or do you want to work together to pull the rest of the field towards you in front of you?
Mm-hmm. Well, it is worth noting, kind of check back up there. Nabarati just got back to 3rd position here, so if that connection issue isn't that bad, he's on the attack at the very least. He wants to at least lead this thing.
Sasek is trying to make sure that isn't in conversation. Takes a good move on the inside and managing to get lined up with the inside line of Caitlin Height, who has to dart down to defend the position.
It's worth knowing this is where experience is going to matter. If you know how to time the slipstream, time the runs, time the draft, that's going to be the key here. And we know Nabarati doesn't have as much experience as some of the drivers ahead and behind in this front pack here. So experience will matter coming closing stages, and it's going to be kind of a trial by fire situation. Can a Nabarati learn on the go? And also worth reporting as well, Emma Carter has officially called it a night. Her race is done, and she will be, as if the 89 gets back on the circuit, she'll be the last car in this race.
That's a disappointment for Emma Carter. She was rapid, especially in that early segment, but as soon as that second incident happened, you got to feel for her. She took a risk taking the fast repairs so early, and it almost as if cruel fate takes it away from her.
Yeah, she even said 2 AI cars in front jumped, so We'll have to see how the direction of competition rules on that accord at the end of this race. But not much we can do about that at the moment. Checking us still on the battle for the front here. Again, Gaiman, Height, fighting 1-2, like two dogs over the stake with Eli in third.
We said that there was a good opportunity. It looks like a little bit more blinking. That was Eric.
Yeah, that was Nabarani. So Nabarani and Sass both having latency issues here. Lay Overton sitting still within drafting distance, but keeping his distance from this top four in case something does go amiss, and it easily can with how that latency has been more of an issue during this second stint.
There's no longer a lead group. I tend to say that gap between Lee, that gap now between Eric and Lee, now almost non-existent. They're in drafting range, and that goes all the way back down, funny enough, to looks like
the 12th position of the 73.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's crazy.
And then you got the strategy of McAdoy, Pressey, Cooper, and Overton in their own little bubble, a little bit farther back, well 6 seconds back. So they're pulling themselves back to kind of just survive and stand the lead lap, as it looks like Cooper may have lost a little bit of touch with that pack there, so it's 2-2. But as we ride on board with Amelia here in the 73, it's an interesting situation to be kind of in the tail end of the pack here. It's probably one of the safer spots you can react in accordance. But on the same point, you kind of are fighting for real estate to find slipstream where you can get it because of the arrow wash and the arrow effect. And just kind of just like trying to find the groove that you feel comfortable in.
Alex Martin and Emil are going to start working together here. You would tend to think they would do.
Yeah, that's what they're working on so far. As we're right on board with Emil Johansson.
Oh, another blink from Eric.
We'll move slowly up the field here. Zach Apperson. His teammate sitting in the 5th position. Team 7 Motorsports, both these drivers from the HTL Cup Series. Zapperson making his competitive debut in ABN competition here today. So far, it's a good top 8 result for him so far. Lilac Zier back up and running, and McCarter's race, however, done and dusted after 36 laps.
Yep. Disappointing, but I tell you who has been benefited from that yellow flag more than anyone. Blake Henderson. He was almost right or at the very back of the last qualified cars after that spin on the infield. Managed to save it after battling for the front early on. And since that yellow flag, being that he managed to get the tires and the tires sorted because he didn't really have any damage to speak. He's now back up into P5. He's in contention for this race again.
It's weird to note that he had a similar incident than McCarty. The only difference is he was able to keep it pointed in the grass.
Oh, Eric again.
Another desync for Eric.
And that's Eric to the outside of him.
It's the sketchiest part when you're racing on it's probably a little bit more sketchy on plate racing, but just when you're pack to pack like this, not knowing where the car ahead of you is when you get runs is also pretty nerfying if you're slightly ahead or slightly behind. But to finish my point, though, Henderson had a similar incident to McCarty. The only difference is Carter couldn't keep it pointed straight and ended up firing it back up to the track, while Henderson was able to keep it straight. And I guess you could say one person capitalized on another person's misfortunes.
Yeah, right now, Henderson's doing a phenomenal job. He was up here in this top group for the early part of the race, clipped the yellow line, and almost spun it out, but saved it, went a lap down. Got the lucky dog under that first caution, and now back up into the top 5, battling to get into second place ahead of Eli Sasek. Report on Nabarani, the latency issue is not internet related, it is quality related. It is freezing issues for Nabarani. So his frame rate is stuttering, and that's what's causing the issues. As Henderson goes to the bottom of Gaiman, found a hole for just enough for one car, and goes to the front.
Someone's eating their Weetabix today. Unbelievable stuff there from Blake Henderson, managing to get in competition here. Of course, Josh Gaiman trying to force in himself through. Thinks twice about it. Drops behind Blake Henderson to try and get some further slipstream. He's going to try it again. Gaiman is going to end up in front, but I mean, Blake Henderson, from where he was to where he is now, I mean, take a bow take a bow on my man.
Well, I think it's a little bit too early to take a bow right now because only on lap 50. Well, 55.
Oh, don't worry. I totally know. I just think it's even if he has he doesn't finish this race on the top step of the podium, I think he could be proud of the performance he's put in.
You could say that to a degree, because I mean, we could think of the real life Indy 500 where Palou was doing strong in Dixon, and everyone thought they were doing well, and both had Palou in his own regard had to come in under basically when the pit road was closed on the first caution, and Dixon sped. So yeah, don't take the bow two yet, Blake. Make sure you finish the race first, then you can take all the bows you want. But Gaiman and Eli fighting 1-2 as well. Eli gonna take the run on Gaiman, and Gaiman, for the most part, is just since he kind of got her in that front lead, he's basically been there pretty much for the most of this race, as he's been either first or second for a little over about 40 laps so far.
Another name that I've just noticed that's appeared out of absolutely nowhere, Zachary Apperson. I mean, what else can you say about Zachary putting in a fantastic performance, slowly gaining up the field over the duration of this race, and is now sitting in P5 in this lead pack, looking to try and challenge Caitlin Hayton. You look as well, those are two names at the beginning of this race started at the back of the grid, started right at the back of the train of cars.
And if you got to remember, Zachary was fighting with Doug, when you pointed out in the first restart we had, was fighting with Doug South and I think Saucier for 11th, 12th. Yeah. And now he's all the way up to 5th. So he's, unlike the drivers maybe rounded that maybe want to just ride back there, I think Zachary was not content with being back there and wanted to try to work his way up to the middle and possibly take the lead if he so chose.
So far, it's working wonders. He's up to the top 5. His teammate Blake Henderson behind him in 6th. So Team Sun Motorsports having themselves a day so far. It's Gaiman Nabarani for Stepping Stone Motorsports, Eli Sazik for Ascent Racing Team, Caitlin Height in that Alfa Romeo inspired livery. Then Apperson and Henderson for Tombstone, Lee Overton for Agent Inc. Racing. Same with Mike Robinson, Alex Martin, and Emil Johansson rounding out the top 10. Agent Inc. cars, 4 of them in the top 10.
Looks like a half decent day so far for, of course, for Agent Inc. Racing. Maybe not as much at the moment for Prismatic Motorsports, from my perspective. Judith Cooper sitting in P16, last of the drivers on the lead lap. But Olivia Hayward also still a lap back. But in fairness to Olivia, that could play out in her favor later on down the line if there's another caution that comes out.
Yeah, right now we're seeing Gaiman still leading. Then it's Sasek and Height. Height actually going for the race lead here. As a driver, it's so difficult making this decision. Because obviously you have two kinds of drivers, right? The drivers that like, I need to be at the front all the time, and the drivers like, okay, you can lead, I'll save fuel, and we'll be fine. Yeah, that was
off the touch.
Yeah, that was contact between Height and Henderson.
There he goes! There Henderson goes again!
He keeps it straight though.
Can't keep it off the wall.
Off walls, and that's gonna be a caution.
And talking about who would benefit from a caution, I have just commentator cursed this race. Olivia Hayward has a chance to come back onto the lead lap.
Well, actually, would
not,
it be her? I think it's
so. McCorkle would be the first car.
McCorkle, yeah,
off the lead lap. Hayward would have to hope to get a wave around, and I don't know why she would take that, knowing that she'd have to pit off sequence now.
Mm-hmm.
So now that's a new strategy call that like either she can take it and just have to pit earlier than everybody else. She's still going to be off cycle, or she pits, stays on cycle, and then just tries to race it back. Like,
I think in fairness, she already is off cycle anyway, because she would have I believe she took tires when she decided to stay in the pits and do that repair.
Everyone took tires.
So,
everyone took tires though, so she's on the same fuel and tire strategy. The only thing you could say is that she actually would be, because she didn't come out until 1 or 2 laps later, she didn't burn obviously as much, a little bit less, a little bit more fuel in the tank than
she was
the lead
alone
pack.
though, so that would have balanced out.
Fair.
But yeah, she's had an interesting decision to make. I feel like she's going to pit just because it's going to be safer just to stay on everyone's strategy and try to earn it back that way. because there's gonna we've had this is our second caution of the race on lap 61. You're gonna have a couple more. All you have to get in front of now, like McBride's in pit lane, so she's already got ahead of him. All she has to do is stay the first car lap down, wait for a third caution, and then she's back.
Yeah, so we'll see here if anyone tries to go off sequence, maybe want the lead instead. But we do see one car staying out.
That's Lilacs here.
Yeah, I guess she wants the wave round. Obviously, she's 15 down, so it doesn't really matter what she chose to do. The 2 also stayed out as well. So McCorkle got the wave round, so ignore me on that one. But yeah, Lilac stays out, and she'll get the wave round. Everyone else came in.
Lilac makes sense because Lilac missed several laps.
Yeah, she's currently 14 down.
Yeah, so she's
sense.
got a decent amount of time in her pocket that she can play with. It makes sense for her to get one of those laps back by staying out because she is in the let's take a gamble mode. She's the only driver in that mode though.
And I wonder, because obviously she may still have a fast repair. We don't know because obviously she spent 10 minutes in pit lane. If she either checked it or not, obviously she may still have it. But it's worth noting at the very least, yeah, she's got to make up 14 laps, 13 to get to Hayward and McBride. So she's going to need a lot of cautions. Yeah, she's going to need a lot of caution. Let's just keep it flat like that.
Fair enough.
Yeah, she needs a lot of stuff to go right. And, you know, we're fifth through this race. We're on lap 64 of 250. It's going to be difficult.
One thing I will say is there was a bit of a loser in the pit lane there. I think Caitlin Height has lost a little bit there.
Yeah.
Or dropped all the way back to P9.
14.9 second stop. What happened? She must have had at least a little bit of minimal damage because everyone else is in the 8 to 9 second bracket.
Well, if it was minimal, I mean, to be honest with you, if I'm in Kate's position, absolutely, I would take it, knowing that I could probably easily claw my way back, considering the pace she's been on this race.
Or maybe it's worth noting as Joe actually comes in again, worth noting in the 312, but maybe it was also partially an element of strategy in the South that maybe she doesn't want to be up in that front pack right now. She wants to be a little bit off touching distance. Maybe she held herself for a couple seconds just to ensure that she gets in the middle of the road. But it's going to be worth noting, as we saw with the last restart, something happened with Emma Carter in a stack up situation, and Emma's obviously not too thrilled about what happened in that situation, but we may see it again if not, so we're going to have to keep an eye on that and see if the stack up occurs again.
Definitely possible, and but this does reset a lot of drivers that started to slip away from the slipstream. This does reset that field, so opportunity now comes back for Judith Cooper, for Jason Overton, especially. So that's a bit of a saving grace for them.
So yeah, yeah, no, you're fine. So pace, the lights are not. No, they are out, so they will be coming in this time by, unless my eyes are failing me. Yep, it is coming in. Yep. So it's going to be on Gaiman's control. Nabrati second, Eli third. Nabrati has had a little bit of freezing issues, so we'll have to keep an eye on that, but going to be on Gaiman's flag control and then Gaiman's control. And Gaiman gets a good jump, kind of keeping an eye further back just to make sure nothing fishy happens. But looks like everyone got relatively okay through. Looks like a big gap, though, between Caitlin and Doug South, though, formed.
Well, it looks like at the moment, I think we knew Caitlin was going to try and push, and she already has. She's already regained 2 positions off of where she was after that pace car came in. But it looks like the big winner out of that one was Josh Gaiman, who had a really good gap develop initially. Obviously, Eric has managed to pull that back in ever so slightly, but he really benefited himself there, Josh Gaiman.
He did. It's just how the ovals work. When you can get, if you single file restarts, you're able to get a good clearance. There goes Nabrati again with a freezing issue. He will come back, but obviously a little bit sketchy for Eli behind. But to kind of finish my point, though, that's usually the case on restarts, at the very least, where you get a good tow and you're able to get a good launch and kind of pull away. So, especially with Nabrati, who may not have as much experience with said restarts, Gaiman kind of swept up on that one. As something with Saucier playing car inside there at the very least. Looks like it's okay though at the very least, but maybe had a car pinch him a little bit. So we can see here battle for second. We got Nabarati and Eli fighting. Gaiman kind of controlling both lanes, and there's a all right gap with the top 4. It's always worth noting as well when you see these gaps formed, obviously not big enough they can really tow away and kind of break apart from each other, as obviously Caitlin's now getting re-caught up. But it is worth noting that the gap grows just a little bit big enough. Again, truces may start to be formed. So we do see him on the outside there. Not Caitlin. Zachary making a move on Nabarati for third. Gonna have that inside line, 2 abreast, and then you can see Caitlin and Saucier as well, and then about 8 tenths to Overton in 7th.
So kind of catching up on things, Caitlin Height had a slow pit stop because of a front wing change. Front wing changes in this series take about 5 seconds. Rear wing changes and diffuser repairs take 15 seconds. So it was a front wing adjustment, a front wing change for Height, because she had bumped the back of, I believe it was Sassek's machine during that last green flag run, and it did enough damage to the front wing that it required a repair.
Fair enough.
I was going back and looking through the replay, but I see where she might have picked up some damage, and it was a bump draft, almost like that with Sassek during the green flag run about 20 laps ago is when she picked it up.
Well, I guess that explains that one.
She's back up to third, full front wing in hand, and it didn't use a fast repair, so she's still good on that front as well. Someone we haven't talked about hardly at all in this race, Bryce Saucier, back up to the top 6 for the first time since the very early going in this race. Started in the 3rd position, but has not been back up there since the opening laps. But here he is, sitting in the top 5, getting around the 39 of Nabarani, and the 3 of Robinson in tow as well as Lee Overton, Alex Martin, and Emilio Johansson. We're still right out the top 10. Henderson 11th, Presti 12th, Doug South 13th, Joe McAdory in 14th, Cody McCorkle 15th, Jason Overton in 16th, Judith Cooper 17th, and Olivia Hayward, the first car, a lap down by several seconds over Zach McBride. Lilac Zier, the last car running in 20th place. So
it's worth.
Battle for the lead between Josh Gaiman and Caitlin Height.
Yeah, it's worth noting with Saucier, like you said, he was batting for the lead, then ended up going to 14th position, and then was in that base of that second pack that was well off, and then was on the tail end of the first pack, now back up and fighting. So just how tides have changed. But Gaiman and Height fighting as well. It's just been the kind of the Gaiman show up front. But kind of looking through the rest of the field here, Judith Cooper's lost touch with this pack here for whatever reason, and she's kind of in a drift basically a couple corners back, and if she's got no help coming from her back, so she could be in threat of going a lap down within 20 laps or so. Oh, she's actually coming in, so Judith Cooper making an unscheduled stop in that 4.
Yeah, there's Judith Cooper in the 4 machine.
Maybe making a slight change of decision here, maybe saying, you know what, at this point, what's the harm? Let's risk taking a going off strategy. See what happens.
I feel like she's got
someone. Yeah, you don't come in alone, especially because you'll just be burning more fuel, and then she just disconnected. So something happened, and she is now called it a night. So Judith Cooper is done. As Doug's something with the 11. He's slow off in the 1. Yep, Black on the front step, 8 in the 11.
Ooh.
No caution called.
That is a caution.
Gonna have to throw one. Because iRacing for some reason didn't do it.
Cars wounded on track. Doug South and Alex Martin are involved, and they are wounded severely.
Yeah. Doug South apologetics. I'm going to guess Doug South may have had a twitch moment and maybe took Alex Martin with him. But we'll wait for a replay to come up.
Here's a little bit what happened. They were already in the wall here. We're going to find out what happened. Ooh. This is gonna be tough.
Yep. I guess he probably tried to clear himself, but that's my guess.
Well, they were both going for the same real estate, and ooh, that is a hard hit for Martin.
Yeah. kissed the catch fence with his rear tires.
So Doug's still rolling around. Alex Martin with a lot more bigger issues. He had to go to pit lane there. He pit under a closed pit lane, but he should be okay.
As long as he burns the fast, still got a fast spray, should get out before he gets put a lap down here. And it's worth noting that now Hayward is going to get her lap back, so now Hayward is going to be on the lead lap, leaving only McBride one down. Yep, as the 11 is able to leave the pit lane, so he'll have to start at the tail end, but will avoid going one down.
So Gaiman comes in. Sasek and Nabarani stay out, interestingly enough.
Yep.
So a direct change in how the leaders handle this race has come around.
Different strategies. They feel confident in their ability, because we've seen it. Sometimes these strategy changes can work, but as we do see, even Caitlin, I think, took, I want to say no tires with a 5.3 second stop. She just filled it up.
Only.
So first two stayed out. Third car in line came up. The number 9 is going to be on a fuel only stop. And even Mike Robbins as well took fuel only. So Gaiman looks to be the only one in the top 8 that took tires. Maybe also Zachary Apperson, but with 6.5 stop, I think he also was doing fuel only. So Gaiman elected to burn a set of tires. Everyone else either stayed out or just took fuel, thinking the tires are still relatively strong. And then obviously ninth down took tires as well. Go ahead.
No, that's fine. There was a moment of pause, and I was sitting there going, I think this is my moment. So yeah, I mean, it definitely does change the complexion of this race. Here, of course, Olivia Hayward now is going to get her lap back. We know what pace she has, and we know she's still got quite a bit of time left to try and recover this race. So you know what? Could this be a big moment for her? Could this be potentially a big moment in her recovery? Maybe she might be able to recover after being caught up in that incident with Emma Carter, no fault of her own earlier.
The thing is that she was kind of up there, but she was mid-pack from what we saw for the first couple instances. Maybe again, she was laying back, so we don't really know the full strength of that number 72 machine. But we'll have to see. As what's worth noting.
Yeah, cars coming out of pit lane. Caitlin Height came back down pit lane, and Olivia Hayward took her pit stop. So
I don't want to be speculative, but I think the 39 may have was considering pitting that time by, saying the pit lane was closed. But obviously, since he stayed out first one, they're closed second time. But maybe a bit of mistake there. Maybe it wasn't. Who knows? Because maybe saw someone behind pitting. So yeah, 39 electing still stay out, I guess you could say.
I'm trying to figure out. I think there's some conversations about checking for front damage at the moment over the radio comms. Trying to figure out who that was that was talking about that a moment ago.
I did not hear it, so I cannot provide any assistance on that one.
I guess that's the problem of being new to many of these drivers. So I don't know. I know some of the drivers and what they sound like. I don't know others. So
well, as time goes on, you will learn the names and the voices and the faces. But away we go again for another green flag stop here. It's gonna the green flag restart here as Eli leads control, looking through the back. Looks like everyone got relatively okay. No major stacking worth noting. Hayward needs possibly a black flag clear for entering a closed pit. Just going to let Hardy know that. Sorry.
Well, Carmen has cleared that, so
good for Carmen.
Multitasking maestro.
She's very good at doing multitasking through these races. We learned that throughout the whole calendar.
Yeah, I don't envy. Whenever I commentate or do broadcasting, I focus on that. I don't have the brain capacity and the power to also do race race control as well. So
that's why she's one of the top presenters here at ABN. But anywho, Eli leads Saucier has actually made up second. Gaiman now third car in line. Bit of a differing effect here is Gaiman, for the most part, for the most of these restarts so far, has been top abreast, you could say, leading the pack, or at the very least first car in line, and now he's kind of had to carve his way back up to the field with some drivers staying out, and we're going to see if that maybe changes Gaiman's strategy a little bit. He obviously made it up there, so we know he can carve his way for the field, but leading for so many laps, it may change a bit of your psyche at the very least to change your approach. But so far, that is not stopping that 59 as he wants to lead right back, lickety-split.
So one thing that is definitely going to be interesting here, potentially maybe down the line, depending on what Olivia can do to gain back on this pack. If Olivia can remain on the back of this pack and potentially get up towards some other drivers, I maybe might keep an eye on potentially a partnership between Olivia Hayward and Caitlin Hay. You know, they're both very close friends. They both know how each other race. They enjoy racing with each other. And that potentially... Ooh, Doug South going,
Yeah.
whoa, whoa, whoa. Them.
Someone made a pass on the inside that may have kind of caught him off guard there, it looks like.
Might have been Caitlin Hay. There you go.
Yep, it was.
I mean, what else can you say? I mean, it was a good move. It was a clean move. It just absolutely scares the hell out of you if you don't expect them there.
Nope. Yeah, 100%. It can just pop out and you'll be like, oh.
Well, I guess that's the challenge of that's a challenge. I guess that's part of the challenge of not only racing on oval, racing an open wheel with limited view from around the aero screen, but also you also have the fact that just the attrition at this point, you're going to start feeling that attrition, and you would probably have already started experiencing these drivers would have started experiencing this attrition. So now, keeping an eye you've struggled to keep an eye on things happening around you.
Mm-hmm. As we see the Agent Inc. cars here kind of run that high groove there.
Well, Gaiman and Sasic going at it again.
Mm-hmm. Again, Gaiman has basically been comfortable in that lead, and he wants it back, and he will successfully get it back. And there's a little bit of a gap form between top two and Robinson in third, but obviously that will close up Liquor's Band. That's a caution.
Caution, Navarani.
39, Navarani.
Oh, it finally comes back to bite Navarani.
Car doesn't look that bad. We'll have to wait and see what the replay kind of calls up on, but odd that was called by racing cautions, but not the South incident, but very weird in how they call these things.
Oh, just a natural spin on its own.
Yeah, didn't hit anything, didn't hit anyone, just lost it.
Caution just came out.
Because he was in front of the field when it hit.
iRacing giveth, iRacing taketh away, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what does that... Does that potentially benefit... Well, actually, I don't think it would do.
Well, it gets McBride on the lead lap. We'll start there. But
True.
Eli, I mean, Navarati, the only two drivers that stayed out were Navarati and Eli Sasic. Navarati's obviously coming in. The question is for Eli, what does he do? He'll get an extra lap or two he can save here, but since he's almost full throttle most of the time being so far up, it's an odd strategy choice.
I think at this point, this is the kind of situation that if you're Eli Sasic, you are hoping this was going to come a little bit later. The fact it's happened so soon after the last probably has gone against him. That's rolling the dice and sadly getting snake eyes.
Yep, he elected not to come in there, so he will stay out. So he is making his bed and lying in it. Joe McAdory is also going to stay out as well. Everyone else, though, electing to come in. So only 3 cars staying out: Gaiman, Saskic, and McAdory. Joe and 312. Everyone else coming in.
Yeah. Definitely interesting. Zach McBride obviously still out at the moment. So obviously going around the pace car, being waved around, will get his lap back. So that's going to be good. He's going to put it full throttle down to try and see what he can do. I mean, considering that he last stopped lap 75, he's probably just going to stay out and just recover.
Probably. It's worth noting that Gordon McCorkle just jumped up to P4 by taking fuel only there, and driver that was a lap down at one point, 2 down, is now in 4th position. So the drivers that were kind of laying back early on are now 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 9th, respectively. So it just shows kind of a differing strategies. They feel like it may be go time, or they want to start heading their way up to the front now.
I think so. I mean, I look at the moment, and I look at the queues. Olivia Hayward, who was a lap down earlier, now up in P13 as the dice has rolled against Lee Overton, who looks like is still in the pits. Alex Martin still in the pits. Zach McBride came into the pits. That's surprising, but
got his lap back and then elected to come in on the next go around.
Zachary Afferson, they're the last of the group, but obviously slow stops for them trying to deal with damage. So really, this has benefited people in the midfield like Olivia Hayward, like Doug South, and Roger Saucier.
Yes, you are correct.
Whew, I'm glad I'm correct. No,
yeah, you are correct. The best kind of correct. Technically correct. The best kind.
Yes. Can't. I'm happy when I am. I can talk a lot of nonsense at sometimes, but I'm glad that I'm technically correct.
Hey, you and me both. So anyway, though, we'll be going green this time by. Last couple cars going to get caught up here. And I guess I'll throw the question, as we're not even at halfway yet. But I guess the question is, if you're a driver currently mid-pack or maybe slightly back, at what point is it gloves off, time to go to the front in your mentalities?
That's a hard one.
Because I think it's still too early, but
yeah. I probably would say the time that you want to go is probably either closer to 3/4 of the race, or at least that's when I would expect at least an oval to really want to push. You want to keep well within the field, well within the slipstream of the cars ahead, and then at that point it's pedal to the metal and really push for it. But I mean, it's definitely an interesting question. Maybe team principal Jess is it has different opinions.
Watching those numbers, but away we go again. Gaiman leads it, gets a good jump off Eli in 2nd. Joe going to follow back in 3rd. They're all basically single abreast. I see a couple cars maybe trying to pull out there to make slight moves, but they're just going to slot back in. And again, it's the calm before the storm, as they would say, as right now, the restarts usually breed calmness, and then once they get bunched up, that's when they get racy. Well, don't tell that to Eli. He's going to instantly try to make a move on that high side, middle side there. Try to get around, and further back you see Joe, a car we haven't said much. He was top of the table during the practice session, which was at least 3 hours ago. And now he's fighting for 3rd as Eli and Joshua fighting hard for 2nd. Joshua leads that lap, but Eli is coming around the outside.
I'm just looking further down the field at the moment, and Caitlin Height is in danger mode right now because there's a slight gap that seems to have built between her and Nicholas Pressey. She's gonna have to try and eat that gap away, because if Nicholas gets anywhere too far away with a meter, it could spell danger for her chances at winning this race.
I think she's okay for right now. The bigger gap would be Overton in this 8:16, McBride and Martin, who have lost well over 1.4 seconds to the pack, but she's still within slipstream distance, so she'll get nice and close back up. It's really, you got to worry once it gets over a second. That's when the danger zone and the sonic drowning music starts to play. That's when it starts being panicky.
Well, it definitely is interesting. Joe McAdory up in P2.
Yeah, Joe McAdory wants to take the lead here at the very least. It seems like everyone has made their moves and charges. We saw Nabria doing that earlier in the 39, and now the driver switched. Now it's Joe that wants, in that 312, wants to try to take that lead away from Gaiman.
Well, looking at the moment, I mean, of course, disadvantage at the moment if you're Sasek, because, well, I mean, Gaiman and McAdory still don't necessarily have relatively new tyres. They've got 10-lap-old tyres in comparison to the rest of the field. They're all pitted on lap 86, bar Lilac Zir. Sasek is really in struggle territory at this moment, and he's really going to start feeling it eventually. So that could be interesting. It could be an interesting factor in this battle for the lead.
Mm-hmm. Could easily play out as well because there's another car that you haven't seen much of trying to play as. You can just see Eli just dance in that car, try to go low, and then saw Josh was going low, so decided to elect to go high.
Looks like a free wide battle going to be developing between Henderson, Emil, and Caitlin Haight.
Yeah, a little bit further back there, as you can see it right there. Mm-hmm.
It's aggressive from Blake Henderson, but Blake gets punished because of that.
And I'd like to remember, as much as we've been doing this, we've been at this for over an hour now, and we're only on lap 94. There's still 156 laps to go. So a lot of time left. Judith Cooper officially out of this race after 73 laps. Lilac Sear still rolling at this point. Last car running in 19th position. The other 18 cars all lead lap.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So if running another caution comes out, Lilac Sear would get her lap back and bring her down to 13, as she's the only one currently any more laps down, but obviously 14 down, a long way to climb back up.
For Lilac, it's very much around this time finishing for Pride. I know her. I know that she very much accepts the fact that if she has a rough race or gets caught out by the happenings and what goes on, she'll sit there and still try and finish that off that race as best as possible, and she'll still put in her whole heart into it. So it's good to see Lilac still putting in everything, even though statistically she's kind of out of the chance of finishing anywhere other than P19.
Oh, I just saw Gaiman kind of sent Joe up the track there, and Joe's going to end up losing a couple spots here.
Oh, dear.
Yep. Joe, they just came wheel to wheel. Almost Joe had to take evasive action. It wasn't a block, but it was just a situation where they were side by side, and a little squiggle by Gaiman sent Joe flying up the racing surface.
Well, it just shows how, sorry to interrupt, it just shows how amazingly pacey these drivers are, how close this pack is. The fact that one move by Josh Gaiman on Joe McAdory has completely shuffled him all the way back to P8, right into the grasp of Emil Johansson.
Mm-hmm. Just one mistake, one twitch, one bad line, and you're falling back. It just kind of, you have to be smooth and consistent with the wheel.
So at this moment, it looks like the top 10 really are in this battle at the moment, because it looks like Nicholas Pressey is a little bit further back, but not too far back.
I think that's by design. I think he's kind of just drifting, like we saw a little bit back as we see Joe get past there at the very least. But McCorkle, now next car up, wants to take that lead back in a similar high side maneuver. What Joe tried, going into 3 and 4, not getting it done. McCorkle just knowing how to run those lines and keep it relatively pointed straight, as they would say, and really kind of force cars to really work around him to get the job done.
Just deciding when to make a move. You could see there, he did make that twitch. It did look like he was going to try and go down, get a little bit of slipstream on Joshua Gaiman, but deciding against it, especially when Eli Satuk looked to potentially have taken that spot, I think he decided, you know what, it's not worth the risk just in case I come down and Eli's faster than me there. But, I mean, it's just playing this smart game of when are you going to grab the slipstream off that leader.
Yeah.
He's doing it again.
Mm-hmm. It's, again, timing move. They were going to see that late in race where timing those moves, knowing how to get those runs done, and just getting it right is going to be what's going to get you possibly the victory if you so chose. Or choose, I guess you could say. So knowing how to run it. But it seems like right now, at the very least, it seems like you want to be leading coming to that white flag lap, because if you know what you're doing, it's hard for cars to go around. But obviously, some of these cars, we know, like Caitlin, she's not afraid to take
Oh, Zachary Apperson's gone off. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, no, that's worth noting. Zackerson, yep. Inside wall. That's one car, though. Not going to be a caution. He's got damage. Going to have to fit the wing. We'll see the replay here again. As he just looks like he's going to get loose coming off 3 and 4. Yep. And just goes inside wall and ends up hitting it. So did something similar to what Blake Henderson did previously, but Henderson did hit the wall. Zachary did. And now Zachary's going to have to spend time fixing it and is going to go at least one down.
That's gutting because Apson was running within. Okay, he took his fast repair. So, not a major loss, though it is not ideal. But, you know, Apson at one point was in the top 5. So, it just goes to show how even the smallest little incident here at the ABM 500 just completely can change your race.
True, but we've also seen as well drivers that have had behind the 8-ball. We said with Blake Henderson about 40 laps ago. He was in a situation where he was behind and got back on it. Cody McCorkle was 2 down at one point. He's now in 3rd. Speaking of drivers working way up, Caitlin's already up to 2nd. While we were watching that, Caitlin has just clawed her way up to the 2nd position and wants this lead, saying drivers that would be willing to go up there and race for the win and have the ability to do it. I singled out Caitlin there, and now she wants that lead. But yeah, some drivers, even Joe was farther back too. So yeah, another caution, and Zachary will get back in this.
Well, looking at it at the moment, it looks like the lead pack in its current format kind of ends at P14 with Olivia Hayward. It looks like Lee Overton's a little bit further back, so could be potentially an interesting factor if those drivers towards P14 start utilizing and start working together. But they are fighting quite a bit with one another at the moment. So,
I mean, the thing though is that those 4 drivers, again, it's pack kind of dominancy here, and a 4-car pack is about the same slipstream speed-wise as a pack of 10 cars, 12 cars. So they're not going to be really able to catch up in that current situation unless cars really start falling out of that pack like flies. So they're just kind of stuck there. They're going to need either some kind of element of strategy or some kind of caution to get caught back up, because in that pack is the 16, the 11, the 47, and the 89. And they're not going to be able to get back up there unless something obviously happens.
Very true.
Henderson makes a move for 5th. Ooh, 71 pitting. 71 pitting this time by. So the fuel tank is run dry.
Finally,
he last put him up 63, so he was off sequence.
Yeah. So it's worth noting this on that front. If he's pitting on 63, we know Gaiman's going to Gaiman, Joe, and a few others are going to pit probably within 10 or so laps, and then the rest of the field another 10 behind. So 71 coming in, well clear, no one behind, no real risk of speeding it, and he'll successfully get it down there.
That took the lead, but Gaiman is fighting back for it.
Yep.
Gaiman's led the most laps so far.
Yeah, Gaiman ain't going to let a good lead go to waste.
Well, these two have been dicing multiple times, but right now Gaiman has been kind of the king of the castle for most of this race, but has had multiple challenges so far this race. Multiple people have come up to the plate and he has bested them. The question is can he keep doing it?
Well, again, if you come at the king, you better not miss. And right now, Joshua is the king. At least so far in this ABN 500. And
So,
again, he holds his nerve on the inside.
I'll disclose a key to this race. And it is something that's going to be very vital later on in this race. They're giving each other space now. That's not going to happen at the end of this race. Caitlin Height's letting... So you see the seams where the drivers are running, right? When it becomes actually showtime, when it becomes time to decide this thing, you're going to have to hold that lane as tight as possible because you won't be allowed to move up. Gaiman's been allowed to move wherever he's wanted to go, and Caitlin Height or Blake Henderson or Joe McAdory, they've kind of let it happen. When we get to like the last 20 laps of this race, no, you do not get that. You do not get that space, and it is very much a squeeze situation where you force your opponent into a situation where either they can make it stick or they have to lift out of it. And obviously right now, Gaiman's actually going through the prerogative of moving up in the corner and forcing those drivers out. He's taken a wider approach on the exit of the corner, almost diamonding the corners here. Trying to give himself that space, but the issue is that once you say you at those 4 cars, you got McCorkle and Henderson 3rd and 4th. If they start getting any closer, you can't leave that bottom open because they will fill that space.
Oh, yeah.
So there's a lot going on here, and there's going to be a slip up at some point, and it's just a matter of who's going to take advantage, if anyone can. And when that occurs.
We saw it earlier in the race in the first restart, which was many moons ago, as they would say, as drivers are just filling up all the holes they could get and just taking up what they can. Because there's at least 4 seams here at the very least where you can try to make it work. So yeah, your point is pretty much correct, is that when it gets to the end, it'll get very racy. Worth noting 2 things. One, the 71 is actually caught into that middle pack with the 16, so he's keeping his fuel levels nice and conservative. He's not running alone. And secondly, Navarati's worked his way back up to 8th after that little spin, so he's fighting his way up and not letting a little incident hold him down.
Of course, I mean, Jason Overton at this moment, up to P6. So a good run so far at this point in the race for Jason Overton, someone we haven't really spoken about that much this race. So being the leader of the 2 Overton brothers this time round.
Mm-hmm. When you got about a 7+ second gap on your other brother, it's kind of easy to lead that one.
Sorry, I had a moment of just watching Caitlin and Gaiman touching and bumping sides going down that back straight. That was pretty chaotic. Made me very nervous, but she's taking the low line at the moment, Caitlin Hay.
Ooh, she went down that apron, which we know is a no-no at other kind of tracks here. So she's got to be careful not to really go that low on that apron, because she could feel the wrath of the racing director at the very least.
The NASCAR in her.
Trying to cut the dog leg.
But just looking at the moment, just seeing the names, there has been an absolute abundance of names towards the front of the field. The one constant, of course, has been Joshua Gaiman. But I mean, Caitlin Haight has been back. Of course, Joe Mercadori has grown into this race.
He's actually back up the 3rd. Oh, Gaiman coming in.
Yeah, it's going to have to happen. I mean, if Gaiman's coming in, then I'd assume that
top 10 is going to be coming in within the next 10 laps.
Mercadori will need to come in very soon as well.
Yeah, Mercadori was on the same lap. Yeah.
So right now, that disadvantage, those 2 that decide to stay out are going to be at a disadvantage. Or at least strategically, I'd imagine they'd be at a disadvantage because they're going to have to take these green flag stops.
Yeah, they'll be at, I guess you could say, a slight disadvantage at the very least with green flag stops. But if everyone has to take green flag stop, they'll kind of work it back out. But there's going to be just a little bit of saving to try to get within the windows, as he will now go 1 down. But he should be able to get into that same kind of pack bubble that the 16 train currently leads, that currently has Eli Soskin as well. Unless he comes out really, he's close right now to a couple cars at the tail end of this pack, so maybe able to latch onto it. It's going to be pretty close. Yeah, as we do see a car on the apron, I think that's Zachary Apperson letting cars go as he was getting lapped. But yeah, no, he's stayed on the touching distance. He's actually lunged on to the tail end of that 2nd pack that's formed. Now the 3rd one, the one that's being led by the 73. So that's going to put him at a slight advantage, at the very least, when the pit stops cycle in and out.
Well, just keeping an eye on some of the interesting stuff further down the field. It does look like Robinson, South, and Saucier have been going at it a little bit. I saw a little bit of darting between them on the leaderboard. So definitely some, specifically South and Saucier are the 2 notable ones that are currently side by side. So the Aussie versus the American right there, really having a back and forth between one another. And it looks like was that Roger Saucier that almost had it in the wall?
Yeah, Bryce Saucier almost had it in the wall there.
I think that was Mike. That was Mike, actually.
Joe McElroy coming in, so he was the last of the 76 stoppers to come in on lap 119.
So now this should reset. The bulk of the field will need to come in probably within the next 10 or so laps, depending on how many they've saved. But I mean, at this point, I guess the question is going to be, what happens next? Is there a safety car? Is there not? Are these drivers going to continue going nice and cleanly up until the next set of pit stops?
I'm doing calculations backwards in my head right now, and it's worth noting is that looking at right now Joe McElroy's kind of scheduled pit stop window here, he's probably going to go about 40 laps, maybe a little bit more or less, depending on draft and all those things. Let's say about 40 laps a stint. And at lap 120, that would get him to 160, that would get him to 200, and then that would get him to 240. And remember, this is a 250-lap race. If this lead pack can get it to presumably 130, and we go green the rest of the way, they can probably make it on one less pit stop than Gaiman, Saskic, and McElroy all can, at least if my calculations are correct. So it's right now, if you're a Gaiman, McElroy, or Saskic fan, you need another caution to try to equalize the strategies, because right now, advantage is in the favor of the drivers that topped off on 86.
Well, looking at the moment, it looks like McCorkle seems to be getting some good lines, but seems to be falling away ever so slightly. Is taking that wide line, though, so is kind of coming back into it, but did drop off just for a moment off of Caitlin Hay. Looks like I'm trying to figure out who that is in front of her, Caitlin Hay at the moment. That's lap traffic. No,
is that McCorkle? Yeah, it's McCorkle.
Okay, sorry about that. My my iRacing live timing kept saying that Caitlin was in front, and I was like, wait, what?
It's McCorkle, Height, Navarrete, Henderson, Overton, and that pack. And then it's worth noting is that top five works together. They got about a second gap on the sixth place car of now Doug South. If they work together, they could break away. And presumably, again, if it stays green, obviously big kind of if on that point. But if it stays green, they can work together and pull away.
Issues now that South has draft. I've been watching the gap close. It just closed down by 0.4 this lap alone. South has draft and is starting to pull away.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, now that gap is instantly closed back up. It's now, 0.6. So 16-11 coming in, though. Worth noting, Martin, Overton, both coming in.
So I'm just keeping an eye at the moment. It looks like that Olivia Hayward, currently in P10, is still within reaching distance of this second pack of looks like Caitlin Hate's coming in.
Mm-hmm. So that's probably going to mean most of the cars are coming in this time, at least next lap, this lap, that, and they're not going to be able to really make it to that window. So maybe a bit of a saving grace for Gaiman, Victoria, and Saskic. But the thing is, with so many stops left, they can easily save that number if necessary. So we'll still have to wait and see how it all shakes out.
I mean, it's definitely going to be interesting.
Now Ronnie leads now over Overton and
25
Henderson.
pitting in. That's Blake Henderson's pitting in.
Someone spun on the back straightaway.
Can't tell who that was. Adverson, thank you. Yep, so we know
Whoa! Navarrete tried to slow up her pit lane. It did not work.
Nope, he said he was coming in too.
He slammed on the brakes and he locked up and it shot him out wide. He's in a loose positions. He luckily still going to pit with McCorkle and Henderson. So he stayed in that pack, but lost the lead instantly and almost caused an accident there. As now
sketchy.
Overton trying to follow Gaiman there. He just got back on the lead lap by getting around Overton.
Heart attack there. Many raised heartbeats.
Oh yeah.
Yep. Not a fun sight.
So what was the number you were at? So Kevin, you crunched the numbers. What number were they trying to hit?
I'd say 130 because if we go 40 a stop, that would give him the 170. That would give him the 210, and that would get him to 250. So they have to try to hit 130 if they want to go 40 laps a stint. But with the cars currently pitting, it's safe to assume if you're in draft, you could probably save 3 laps over 3 stints. That's 1 lap a stint.
I wonder if people like Doug South and Jason Overton have already saved that fuel because they were already deep in the pack and not going full bore.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if, because we're on lap 129 now, if they can get up beyond 130, they're sitting in a really good seat. So it could be one of the top 5, one of the top 6 in this race right now. that have that magic number.
Well, we got Overton coming in, currently leading this pack. Presley in the 94 also coming in. We'll see if the rest come in. As very nice. There's a little bit too much information on the radio chat. Yep, Overton in, and followed by the 94, and South coming in this time by. So he's hit 130, along with Saucier, along with the 73.
Yeah, South, Saucier, Johansson, and Robinson.
I was just having a look at that moment. I was just seeing, obviously, Doug South, Roger Saucier, and Emil Johansson. They're 3 different nationalities in the top 3 at the moment. The Aussie of Doug South, the American of Roger Saucier, and I would haste to say Norwegian.
Sweden.
Emil. Sweet. That's sweet.
Yes.
Doesn't look like it's Sweden SDK though.
He is from it's got a different flag brought up, but he is Swedish. He's from Gothenburg.
Got it.
Okay, I was about to have a moment because I was like, I don't recognize that flag because the flag that comes up is this weird mix of like the yellow cross and then the Norwegian flag.
Nope, with Johansson's flag, I know it's a. I'll have to look at it to see real quick, but I'm gonna.
Yeah, because SDK hasn't even put the yellow, the little yellow in there. So yeah, odd.
But it's a regional flag because there's like state flags and stuff like that. There's provinces and all that stuff.
Ah, right. I got you. That makes sense.
Yeah,
that actually makes sense.
Yeah, because it even says from his iRacing information from Scandinavia. So yeah, definitely Swedish, Nordic regions. But anyway, lead going to be, after everyone pitting, lead going to inherit to Gaiman as he'll take the lead. But look at the big breakaway between Gaiman and Height and the rest. That's a 4-second gap.
Yeah, it is.
But they're going to, since there are only 2 cars, they're going to get ran down quick by the pack.
I would not say that, because the race I won on Thursday was 2 cars, and no one caught up at the end of the race at Chicago. Obviously, Chicago is a little bit different, but the speeds are comparable here. You need more than just 2 cars together. Obviously, if you look back to South and Overton, McAdory, and Henderson, they're there together, but like they have to leapfrog each other consistently because they have to keep momentum going. The moment that stalls out at all, you've stagnated the entire run, and you need to restart it, and that's so difficult to do. So it's not just a matter of 4 cars better than 2. No, it's how you operate in that 4-car group. And right now, with South still leading this group, it's already a telltale sign that they're not gaining.
No. Yeah. 4.2 and kind of just consistently holding. But they can work together.
It's 4.3.
Mm-hmm. South's even right now directing the troops on radio, telling him and the 312, knowing we have to swap to get up there. So they know. South knows what to do. But does Joe know? He's trying to tell Joe what to do.
Joe's done enough races outside of ABN. He's done enough races that he should know how this works. And there he goes. There's the swap. So they're doing this the back and forth. It may just have to come down to McAdory and South having to do the swap.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, it did work. They just gained a 10th. The issue is that's 4 seconds.
It's a long way to go, but with Gaiman, because Gaiman's leading the train. And after Gaiman, because Gaiman's leading the train right now, because he's going to presumably pit earlier, as Joe just made a slight mistake there on the chain, but they get in the 10th. But Gaiman's currently leading the train, probably doesn't want to be leading the train at the very least with the question on the number of fuel. Caitlin also doesn't want to lead the train for the same question on fuel. So...
if you're Caitlin Height, you're forcing Gaiman to lead. You're forcing that to happen because she can back off as much, and that's what she's done, is she's backing off and saving fuel because she knows that she hasn't hit that number yet to make it on just 2 more stops, but she easily can by just sitting and waiting.
Looks like they're getting a little bit too racy back here at the very least.
Yeah, they just lost 3. They just lost 2 tenths.
Mm-hmm. They just got to agree. Kind of, it's again hard to get a truce with because it's South, McAdory, Overton, Henderson, Nabarati, McCorkle in this train, and it's hard to kind of get all of them understanding. Like, all right, this is what we got to do because they're not all teammates and they all have their own missions. As Nabarati just got around Henderson there, but yeah, it may be a situation where someone's got to break away from someone else and like be a little bit of a jerk. You don't get it, then get off the tail, because they're now down. They've lost more time than they've gained.
Yeah, because they gained 2/10 earlier, but now they're down 4/10. They're down to 4.5 seconds. So they have lost more than anything so far, and it's not getting any better.
Nope. 4.3, 4.2. It's going to be the number. The only saving grace is that since Gaiman going to come in earlier than Height, you're going to at least have 10 laps, presumably wide open, where Height's going to have nothing in front. But that's not probably enough to catch before pit stops occur.
Just
and it's
keeping
also,
an eye on them, like,
and that's also going to be a situation where she runs alone. She's going to be burning more fuel. So she saves now, but she's also then going to lose when she runs it wide open.
I think one of the potential losers here as well, talking about running out in front, is Olivia Hayward in P8. In P9. She's leading that secondary pack that's developed. It's about 3.5 seconds down the road from McCorkle. So with that, she's also going to burn a lot of tire, burn a lot of fuel. So I mean that pack, she's definitely going to be potentially struggling as well going forward.
Yep, her pack is Hayward, Mike Robinson, Saucier, and Pressy, the two E-Pressy Motorsports cars, and Amelie in the 73.
So right now, it's Gaiman, Height, McAdory, top 3. South working with McAdory to try to get a little bit of ground gained, and they're losing more and more and more. It's 4.7 now the gap. Ugh. And here's the trouble between Overton and Nabarani. That was almost a disaster, but good save by Overton. But and here's the flip side, right? Because they're sprinting. I think that they're both in the understanding that, hey, we're not going to make it on fuel, so let's just run away.
And then try to short pit.
Not only are they trying to short pit, there's Gaiman coming in now. So, yeah.
Odd. It's only lap 125. Sorry, 115, 125, 141. Sorry, it's within the window, but kind of early.
Definitely odd, but a funny little thing over the radio there, asking how much do they have to donate to call out a caution.
So yeah, now though, it's worth noting right now, 39 just said on radio as well that he's one penalty away from getting one contact away from a penalty along with the 99. So that's also maybe something else to keep a note on as well with being such a long race. If you rack up your incident points, you may be in a world of hurt if you don't keep it careful or tidy. Because it's 20 incident points and then it's a penalty, and then every 10 after that as well. But right now, with Caitlin now running basically in no man's land, or no female land, I guess you could say. But anyway, point is that she's currently 4.3, and it's coming down, and it's going to be up to this lead pack to try to reel her down. So Eli going to come in. He's pitting. Let's see. That time by Caitlin did a 32.8. Caitlin ran a 32.8. South ran a 32.8. And Nabarina ran a 32.6 with the help of South's draft. And looks like they're going to try a swap here between Nabarita and South. At the very least, try is the key word. But not going to really make that occur really that well.
Right now we're sitting and this is the awkward part. Caitlin Height's still gaining. The gap's getting larger. Whoa! Trouble!
Car's calling the car. Will be. Oh, car flip. Oh! Oh!
What? Wow.
That might have been Henderson that flipped.
Yeah.
I would want to see that replay because, wow, that has me a little bit muddled.
We'll see here. And just, I saw it for this side angle, and he just
Wow.
Oh wow. There's a lot of frustration in the VC at the moment, but I don't know.
So we're going to take a look at Jason Overton here. We're going to pull up our little highlighter here. And you're going to want to keep an eye on the car we're pulling up here. Keep an eye on... This is Jason Overton. He bounces off the wall, I believe.
yeah.
Bounce. And right over the nose of Henderson.
Jesus.
Violent.
That felt like seemed like something straight out of an action film right there. It reminds me of that scene in Cars 3. for all of the comparisons I could make. But wow, I mean, I don't know. I'm a little bit confused. I feel like clipped. No. Ooh. Did the car in front clip? I think Kate Height. I'm just because I know initially the radio chatter mentioned Kate being potentially involved.
So we're going to look at, here's the onboard from Jason Overton. No, it's not Barani.
Oh, that's what's happened.
Yeah, it was Navarani's onboard.
Oh boy. Nabarani out the car as well.
Yeah, because Nabarati hit the incident point limit, and I don't think he's too happy about it. Because he was asking for a...
Oof. Lots of angry faces in that VC right now. Michigan Giffith, Michigan takes away. I mean, what else can you say?
Yeah, that's night done for Henderson, and Zachary Appleson also calling it a night as well.
It's a shame for Henderson. Has made multiple recoveries to get back up to the front of the field, but obviously this time just a little bit too far. Funny enough, Olivia Haywood P3. It's kind of incredible, really, to see how this race has really changed for so many drivers. This race has purely been a tale of two halves, pretty much for every driver here.
So we're down to 15. It's Height, South, Hayward. Now this bailed a lot of people out. It bailed Caitlin Height out, and obviously allowed Gaiman to get back on the left here.
Yeah, I got everyone on the same strategy for the most part. So now the field numbers, basically everyone's on the same strat for the most part. Gaiman though is gonna have to carve his way up for the field from 13th on up.
It's gonna be interesting. Pace car coming in.
Yep. Almost showtime. It's Height, South, Hayward, McCorkle, McAdory, top 5. Green flag back underway.
Height getting a good launch.
15 cars still running. But Nabarani has a drive-through penalty.
Yep, for an incident limit hit. so he'll have to serve that. And we had a quick caution here. That's the 89.
Lilac here.
Oh no! For the bailout there. Interesting. What happened? What did actually happen with Lilac?
We're gonna find out. Oh, just really loose.
Just loses it. And wall.
Yeah,
and that's could be race done for her.
It is. Maybe.
Because she spent a long time in pit lane, so it makes me wonder maybe she didn't burn the fast repair.
I don't think she did.
Yeah, I think it was unchecked.
And she's staying out though, so.
Well, pit lane wasn't open.
Oh yeah, but she doesn't think it's damaged enough that she wants to come in on a closed one. So I was trying to.
Oh yeah, no, she's fine. Yeah, she's fine to roll around and limp around here.
That's that rear left looking very what's the word?
Askew.
Askew.
It's dangling. Is what it is. Because you can see here, yeah, it is very warped. You can see how that right rear tire, that left rear tire is not moving. Like that's what it looks like right there. It's that damage right now. So she's crunched it up pretty hard.
Well, yeah, she did go backwards into that wall, and she did hit at that kind of key angle, which usually destroys the push rod suspensions. So,
So we'll have to see if she has fast power or not. But it's worth noting that different strategies here. 73-3, Leo Overton, Martin, Gaiman, Saskic, McBride, Nabarati all elected to pit there for tires or fuel, while the top 7 stayed out. So mixed bag of strategies.
Well, I mean, why not take the chance at this point?
I mean, oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No. I'd say at this point, why not take the chance? I mean, at this point, this is the kind of prime territory where bold strategy calls might start favoring you towards the end of the race. So, I mean, why not?
We're within 100 to go. Actually, yeah, we are within 100 to go because I was looking at Lick's timing scoring there. Yeah, we're with 100 to go here at the very least. 2 stops still on the horizon. Drivers that are pitting here still have to take 2 more stops here. So just to kind of fill it up and maybe get yourself a little extra few laps could get you something to play with at the very least.
So one thing that I now think is potentially going to be a massive point of interest, especially at the front, is South versus, and I say this for a reason, Haight and Haywood. While they're not officially on a team, like I said, Haight and Haywood are really close friends. They enjoy running together. They, being in our Discord server, they spend pretty much most of their time together. And they are going to most likely work together, knowing them, to get an advantage and to potentially beat out Doug South. South is potentially at a risk at the moment of being a bit swamped by teamwork between the two.
Yeah, Doug South could be at a bit of a disadvantage here at the very least. He could be disposed like yesterday's trash, but I think South has the ability to kind of hold his own here and is not going to give up that second position without a fight.
Going to be a lot of pressure. Absolutely going to be a ton of pressure that he's going to have to deal with, thinking against 2 minds. But, I mean, Doug South so far this race has proven that, as long as you keep your head in the right place, you keep focusing, and you keep your awareness and wits about you, you've got a good chance. And we did say, I mean, he was one name that was brought up by a few of us as a potential favorite for this race. And the race is slowly starting to unfold.
Still my favorite to win it. I think that he's got a lot of it.
I mean, my favorite's good in qualifying, but so far in the race, it's not been as strong. But South, I seem to say, was the odds-on favorite, so he's got a chance.
I feel a little bit proud that I put my chips behind the dark horse candidate of Caitlin Haight, and it seems to have paid off quite handsomely. That's
pace car coming in. Gonna be on the 9's control, and she gets a good launch. No stack ups from behind. Everyone keeps it clean.
But Doug South just saw Doug South weaving there, I think initially to try and see if he could get into a good position. But so far, no kind of major trial and error. Though I do say that McCorkle and Joe McAdory going at it behind them.
So yeah, we're going to see the third 9, as you'll see on the right side of the screen. Obviously, we're not in this angle, but he'll be pulling up to his drive-through right now.
There he is.
Mm-hmm. And right now, again, top two's got about half a second gap on Hayward, but Hayward's obviously going to come back. That's not enough to really break toe. Yeah, top 14, I would say probably for the first time today, with all the cars on track, are in this basically this kind of fighting pack here. There's no major breakaway with two packs kind of forming. Everyone's in this major pack.
I mean, they still absolutely getting advantage, but Olivia Hayward potentially maybe might benefit here with McAdory and McCorkle getting ahead. I think she's just going to try and sit here, let herself kind of save tire, save fuel, not push the car far too much, and just benefit from the everyone else around them getting dicey.
They are going to catch the 39 here. Oh, as he just froze again. And that's going to be kind of sketchy if that happens with the pack swallowing him. But for now, hey, race on. McCorkle getting around South here, South's going to actually end up losing 2 spots there. He's really slow. Very odd there. He lost 2 spots. Now going to be under pressure from the 72 of Hayward and the 07 of Saucier.
Lost momentum. He's lost a ton of momentum. Jesus. The Aussie versus the Brit at the moment, but you know these two
Commonwealth.
Battle the Commonwealth. I will say though that that Olivia Hayward and Doug South occupied P2 P3 at the restart. I mean, it looks like McCorkle and McAdory really found some pace off of the restart, but I mean, these two are just going to have to find their way back into this. But if anything has proven, both of these drivers absolutely have found their way back into these races when it's mattered.
Oh yeah, they'll be able to get back into that. Gap's not too far back right now, and maybe it's a bit of a play by South to kind of, maybe he thinks he can make it on a less stop, or at least try to maybe something here, because that's the only way I see him coughing up this much time, is he's got something in the strategy book that he think will work.
So, interesting situation now is that Olivia Hayward is trying to recover back to Joe McAdory, and looks like she's in key position to do so, but there's a nice, neat little gap developing, about a half-second gap developing between Olivia Hayward and Roger Saucier.
Saucier.
Saucier, yeah. So in that situation, if they keep battling with each other in that small group there, they could potentially run into danger of dropping a second back.
I think right now, because we got Hayward's obviously caught back up, and Saucier is, again, he's fine right now in that current range. That's still half a second. It really is, again, concerning when it's 8, 9. But at 5, he's there, and he's got the toe, so he'll be relatively okay for the most part.
Watch out, south of the wall.
Yeah.
South of the wall.
South of the wall. Yep.
Wow.
So he's struggling more and more.
Yeah, bad to worse.
I mean, what else can you say? He was recovering so well, had done so well up until that point. I guess that's the problem. That's the importance behind the 500. Anything can happen, and it giveth, it taketh away, and unfortunately, Doug South seems to be the recipient this time round.
Yep. Doug's Lady Luck did not fortune Doug South there, but he still got a chance. Caution comes out. Fortune may favor him back. But right now, Height and McCorkle fighting for the lead. Is Height going to hold her nerve on the inside? Going to keep the lead at the very least. McCorkle, though, going to try to answer back.
Oh, here we go. You see, this is where it gets interesting now. Height and Olivia Hayward on the bottom line. They're going to start working together. I know, 120%. So this is where it's going to get interesting. They're going to probably start to form up and start forming a line. Oh, Olivia Hayward darting inside there on what looks on Josh Gaiman by the looks of it, and then immediately realizing, oh no, there's a car there, and darting back out to recover.
Mm-hmm. It's easy to work with someone. You can want to work with your teammates. You want to work with your friends here, but it's easier said than done because this isn't like Daytona Talladega and NASCAR where you can kind of work together to make it. Friends are where you can find them, and the rest of the pack knows that Prismatic wants to work together. So they're going to make it painful to try to make that happen by keeping Hayward away from the 9.
Oh, for sure. Well, looking at it at the moment, it's just so much. I mean, you gotta love oval racing. You gotta love this kind of racing because it's just it's not been a surefire thing. Nobody has led for a consistent amount of this race. Now, of course, you could say, the big leader for much of this race has been Josh Gaiman, but in all honesty with you, this lead has swapped between so many different drivers. McCorkle, Haight, McAdory, Gaiman. Sasek was in the lead at one point. Pressey was, I believe, in the lead for a very short period of time. Doug South was in the lead at one point.
Yeah.
And drivers that aren't in this race anymore. Emma Carter was also leading at one point, and so was Blake Henderson. So, I mean, so many different drivers have had a shot at leading this race, and it's just incredible to see how up in the air it still is.
Mm-hmm. Worth noting, Eirik has decided to pull up behind the wall. He's disconnected, or at least, if not, he got thrown out, whatever reason. He is now out of the race, leaving us with 15 cars currently on the circuit.
The attrition at this point. Starting to see the decisions made earlier about fast repairs and incidents that have occurred since then start to take their toll as drivers decide, is it worth continuing at this point?
Less than 100 laps to go. About 168 of 250 underway. It's Height, McAdory, Gaiman, McCorkle, Sasek, and McBride. Top 6. 14 cars in the lead lap, 15 cars running. Lilac Zero holding on there. Right now, she's sitting in this group. Everyone pretty close together with the exception of Alex Martin and Doug South.
Yeah, Saucier, Presley, and Martin are in their own little pack, about a second back, and Doug South about at least a corner and a half back. But now Gaiman, ever since that I wouldn't say pit mistake, but off-sequence strategy, when he got back on, he is now back up to the lead area right now, and he wants that lead back.
It's like McBride.
Oh, Kaylin! That was Kaylin.
Oh, no.
Doesn't hit anything, but got loose on the inside.
My, oh my. As a famous comedian once said on a very popular US TV show, how the turns table. I mean, what else can you say? Caitlin Height looked impervious in this segment of the race, but even the leaders at the top can make those errors, can make those mistakes. But looks like she might be okay.
Yeah, she didn't hit anything, so she's fine. No touch, at least on our perspective here. Even Gaiman's kind of wondering as well if they touched, because they were kind of close.
They did not. So here's what happened.
Yeah.
And we'll have to slow it down here a little bit. So if you look over here, I'll pull up the good old little highlighter. So I want you to keep an eye on... There's a certain piece of track here that I want you to keep an eye on. It's this seam right here. This little seam that goes along the track. This seam, if you cross it, on older tires can act as if it is the yellow line. When you cross that seam, it's a different level of grip. It's a lesser level of grip. And it can pull grip from the left side tires, the right side tires, whatever tires go over it. And it can snap the car around because obviously the track itself is pavement, it's blacktop. That is a rubber sealant. So a completely different compound, completely different grip levels. And as you can see here, and she's already running, she's running a weight jacker, I'm assuming. She's running different in-car settings to try to get that car to work better on older tires and in traffic. And you'll be able to see here that as soon as she crosses that seam, it gets out of hand.
Just make sure weight jacker in bad combination, trying to make the car as planted as she wants, and sadly it didn't work out.
Well, in fairness to Height, though,
a good job keeping out of the wall.
Yeah, incredibly good job keeping out the wall. And also the benefit here is after the mass amount of pit stops, because everyone but Gaiman came in.
Yep.
So because of that, Haight is still only P11 after that spin. So she still kept her race alive, which is really good stuff from Haight, or I'd say 11, 12.
It's kind of odd Gaiman didn't come in, because if we assume, again, 40 a stint, that's going to get you to 210, the 250, and there's no green white checkers. So odd choice Gaiman elected not to come in that time, unless, again, he feels confident that the field behind him is going to have to pit another 2 times. Or another caution, obviously.
I mean, at this point, this is in these kind of races, especially in Indy and pack racing, you very much are at this point, as this race starts to get into the last 100, you're probably going to want to roll those dice and see if the different call or the differentiating call compared to the field ends up benefiting you. It's the whole risk reward aspect.
Roll the dice and see what you can get. But it's worth noting this caution is actually going to be kind of a good parachute, I wouldn't say golden parachute, but a good parachute for Doug South, who is not going to be able to get regrouped up and be willing, the ability to attack.
Definitely good to see, and it's great to see that that South is his race is not over, because he was doing absolutely incredibly until that incident. And it's good to see that he has potentially another chance to slowly claw his way back in the latter stages of this race.
Again, luck giveth, luck take it away. And now South's got another chance to strike back here. So we're going to go green this time by. It's going to be on Gaiman's control with Joe, Cody, and Eli and Olivia, your top 5. We know bearing another caution, Joshua's going to probably have to pit within 10 to 20 more laps. And the rest of the field, if things play out, probably around a little bit north of 200. But we'll have to wait and see if another caution has come out first. Going to be on Gaiman's control once he gets into the zone. Flag is out, and away he goes. No major stack-ups behind to report, and Gaiman scurries on away.
I was about to ask the question: if you're Gaiman, even though you've advanced at this point, when McAdory, Sasek, and McCorkle and Hayward come up towards you, or one of them head up towards you, do you just accept the fact that let them pass, sit behind them, save a little bit more fuel, or do you just continue pushing, run your own race, and not worry about playing the strategy game here?
I run my own race because I think it's not like he's kind of close. That number's a little bit too far away. You just run your race and you hope it plays out the way you want it to play out, because it's not like he was a couple laps short or 1 or 2 laps short. It's probably better for him just to lead the train.
Fair point.
But that's how at least I see it. Obviously, other drivers may have different mentalities.
No, it is nice. It's actually nice to hear some definitely some good. I'd say some pretty clean analysis there. So it definitely is very interesting and definitely really useful for people that are listening to the broadcast.
speaking of that pack that was behind him, they are formed up and they're coming. That's Eli, Cody McCorkle, and Olivia Hayward. Then about half a second gap to Saucier, who's in 5th, who's got the second train. Joe, in 2nd, is now down to 6th. Looks like he may have got a little bit loose, and that's caused him to cough up a couple spots.
Well,
I hear someone in the wall. It sounds like someone scraped the wall there, at least for the headset I have on. But I see no major drop-offs there, but someone was dragging something.
Possibly. I will say, though, in fairness, fast lap or personal best for Olivia Hayward there. Oh, God, a little bit dicey at the front. But you were talking a little bit earlier about that gap, those two groups forming up. And in fairness, I was about to say that group was pretty, that group now started to create. So you've got this lead pack and you've got a secondary pack leading with Saucier leading that pack. It's about a second gap, but in fairness, he's slowly starting to claw that gap back as these group of cars are fighting at the front.
Yeah, no, because he's still within slipstream range, so he can still tow back relatively easily as long as he runs a good line. And I think that's been kind of his game plan, it seems, to like in that 07. Obviously, he was still without 50 to go here. He doesn't want to risk getting too close. And obviously, let's just say a checkup happens or a car like we saw with Caitlin happen. And let's say she shoots up to the track instead of spinning it the other direction. Having that little cushion right now allows, A, the ability for him to avoid wrecks. B, being a little bit farther back allows him to kind of save that fuel a little bit, not even to be as aggressive. And C, it allows him a possibility to get an okay run when the gloves do come off. So it's it's a strategy choice for Saucier. He likes to be a little bit farther back. And obviously when we get 50 to go or last pit stops happen, if he's still there, he's going to go gloves off.
Joshua Gaiman has fallen back a little bit into this lead pack, I've noticed. Just slowly had Sasek and McCorkle go past, and is obviously under pressure from Olivia Hayward on the outside.
Maybe he wants to save that fuel, so maybe he's electing that he wants to be behind someone instead of leading the train. And maybe, again, at least my calculation thinks he's more at risk of not making it on the stops than the drivers around him. Maybe he, again, I've been proven countless times wrong before with some strategy element choices, so maybe he knows something we don't, and he feels confident in his ability to hit that number.
Makes it more exciting from my perspective. That's the way I see it. So a little bit of changing between McCorkle and Sasek. Speaking of, you mentioned Caitlin Hay, already up to P7.
Yeah, we saw. I know we had experience seeing here in the. I'm always reminded of this incident when we saw her in the SCL trucks through Talladega. Everyone was saving fuel in front around the halfway point, and she was like, "Okay, you know what? I'm going to the front." Took the gloves off and just scooted on around everybody while they were trying to save. So she has that mentality that if she's not comfortable where she is, she will work her way up to the front. She's not going to ride, which is something that I can kind of hat tip in that number 9 machine at the very least. She's willing to go up there and get the elbows dirty to lead a race. Right now, Sasek, who was at one point, looked like he was kind of in a bad strategy choice, being one down and out of pack, now back up to this lead pack along with McCorkle. So, again, how the turntables turn for 71.
I'm glad that my little socialisms that doesn't sound right. My little social references seem to be seeping into the broadcast.
McCorkle does not. I think he actually did end up leading that lap by just a fraction. So give McCorkle another lap led to his reservoir. As he just basically kind of, again, it feels like, again, the calm from the storm, as I just saw a car take a bit of a evasive action move there.
Oh, look, there's Caitlin Hay again, P5.
Yeah.
It's the calm for the storm. They're obviously getting dicey, but with still pit stops remaining, it's not gloves off yet. I think they're close, but we're coming up basically we're in the eye of the hurricane.
Yeah.
So we have the racing first half, now the calm middle portion, and now the racy second half we're about to enter.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I did say three quarters of the way through, you're going to start seeing those punches being thrown.
So jumping in here, I had to take care of some personal matters there. But I'm back in the booth now. So Sasek and Gaiman still battling. It's going to be interesting seeing how Gaiman manages the strategy call because we're running out of cars. I should probably add, there's 14 on lead lap, 15 total. Lilac is 12 laps down, I believe, 11 or 12 laps down. But it's still anyone's game to play for. I'm curious.
I look.
Go ahead.
Sorry. Go on.
Yeah, I was just to say, like, I'm curious to see how everyone negotiates because Gaiman's going to be out of the running at the end of this race. How does everyone negotiate? Because he's been kind of that rock. Everyone's been basing everything that they've been doing off of him. How is that going to change the complexity once he's out of the way? Because Sasek has not led a lot of this race. Gaiman has, Caitlin Height has. Sasek has not led that much today. It's going to be a pretty wide open affair because there's a lot of nuances here that I think people are needing to pick up, and the people that have those nuances are obviously Caitlin Height's going to be in this group, but like it's going to be one versus all once we get to the final 30 laps of this race.
Yeah, because they're all on the same, excluding Gaiman, all of them are on the same strategy. The question is, if you're leading the train, you're going to go 1 lap, 2 laps shorter. If you're farther back, you may be able to make it a little bit more aggressive. So it's just because if you go slightly longer, you can take a little less fuel at the end and get yourself that 10th or 2 back. So with still at least one more stop to play, as that will be the money stop, but you also don't want to speed. It's trying to get as much, like 1 extra lap staying out, maybe just be enough less fuel that could get you that lead where you can then run away, or at least put yourself in a position where instead of being in the 10th, 11th spot, you're in the 1st, 2nd spot. As Gaiman's coming in this time by, he's taking his pit stop here, presumably going to have 1 more to go unless the caution comes out, and he is in.
Yep.
So Eli leads with Caitlin 2nd, McCorkle 3rd. So I guess the other question worth noting is if you want to be leading this race to a degree, obviously, but if you're Eli, do you want to maybe drop down 2nd, 3rd, possibly to save a little extra fuel, or at this point, bed you've lied in, you're laying it basically, and you're leading till the cows come out.
But depending on the caution, I don't even think you need to save fuel at this point. They saved the laps that they had under caution. That gets them beyond 210. If he needs to save fuel, he can just back out of it and let people go by him. But I don't think he's needing to save that much.
I would probably agree,
because he's not been leading that much. Like again, like he's not been in front of the order that much. Like this, like he had to take Josh Gaiman coming down pit lane for that to happen. Caitlin Height's forcing him out there just to try to see if he will run out short. But I don't think he's in that much danger yet.
I would agree. At least for now. Yes, excluding these couple cars up here, they're basically running single file. So, yeah, McBride, another name we haven't really mentioned much of, started the race early with a spin, was multiple laps down, kind of riding back. He's now in 2nd position. He won at Fontana in the last round of the Champ Car Series, and currently in 2nd position, trying to go for that lead. And he will successfully take it going into 1, but can he clear Eli's different story, which I think that high of line, I don't think he will get the run, but at least put his fender out there. So good recovery drive by good recovery drive by Zach McBride right now.
Definitely carrying some battle scars at number 47. He's been impressive in the few starts he's made this season as he battles with Sasek. Caitlin Height, I think, is in fuel saving mode right now, trying to see how far she can get beyond the 210 mark. McCorkle in the 5th position.
The farther you make it on to, farther ahead you get above 210, the more comfortable you're going to be, because again, you can take a little less fuel if necessary. Because once the window opens, you want it, obviously don't get undercut and possibly that, but at the same time, you want less fuel. Less fuel you can take, the quicker the stop will be.
Just keeping an eye on and just trying to see how this race is shaping up. I mean, so far, I mean, it's been a pretty good 500. I'd say a good show for a good cause.
Yeah, it's been very enjoyable tonight. Again, we've had 5-6 cautions tonight across 196 laps so far. 2 hours and 8 minutes of driving time so far. These drivers are in the marathon, and so far, 14 drivers have outlasted everybody. Alex Zier still kind of hanging on there, hoping that something dramatic happens that allows her to get into the top 10 potentially. But yeah, this race is flying by significantly. We're at 4:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Over where Jess is, over in England, it is what, 9:30? 9:30, something like that. 9:30, 10:30.
Yeah, you got it.
So wherever you are in the world, you have the ability to enjoy this. Doug South from over in Brisbane, Australia. This race started at 3 a.m. for him.
On a Sunday.
Now it's 5 a.m. The sun's beginning to come up over there. So he had to get up really early for this, but said this was the race he didn't want to miss. For those that kind of missed out, and I know he covered it earlier in this race. Again, all of this is being run in support of Oak Medicine Foundation. They do a lot of research and a lot of awareness raising for chronic illnesses like ME/CFS that Doug South suffers from. Doug South has struggled to manage, like, as much as he loves sim racing, he can't do it all the time. He doesn't have, like, his body won't let him. And there's no definitive way to currently diagnose it, and there's no credibly and significantly viable treatment plans for ME/CFS. So it's a lot of trying to figure out what your body can take and trying to manage it. And unfortunately, there's flare-ups where you just can't do anything. And Doug South has experienced those throughout his life. And so for him to sit and try to gruel this one out, he's sitting in the 12th position at the moment. But for him to try to sit this one out, it means a lot to him. It meant a lot to Emma Carter, who unfortunately fell out of this race. Lee Overton's still in it. He suffers from chronic illnesses as well. So a lot of stuff going on. But we've been supporting a really good cause. The link to donate is in it's pinned to the Twitch chat. If you want to donate during the month of November, all the proceeds are tripled in the season of giving. It hit close to home for us, and we know that hits close to home to many of those that are watching and those that are involved as well. But we appreciate the support everyone's given us so far as we approach 50 laps to go.
And the pit window will open for the Mad Dash within lap 210. So about 9 to go for the window will open, and you see drivers coming in. It was worth knowing while you were giving that great spiel about Open Medicine Foundation. I was kind of watching. The 73 almost fell out a second back of the 312, but he was able to get it reeled back in, and now he's within a couple temps. So it just shows that a couple bad laps can really put you in a situation where you may be in trouble. I guess the next question is, when the pit stop window opens, bearing caution, who blinks first? Because I feel like it's going to be someone maybe like Saucier, Pressey, Leia, Overton, Johansson, someone a little bit further back that maybe want to go for that undercut to get some space. Because I feel like that's who's going to blink in first to come in. But obviously, when one driver announces over the comms that they're pitting, the rest of the field usually tries to follow if they can.
I mean, honestly, I think you probably are right. That midfield now, as this race is starting to progress, if I'm in their headspace, I would be thinking, okay, what risks do I want to take? What strategy calls do I wish to make over the drivers ahead of me? What could potentially pan out and be greatly rewarded if it works? But also, it's balancing out whether that whole risk reward is what they are doing too risky, or could they potentially pull it off? That's going to be the question.
Because this is the money stop. If you make a mistake here, ooh, I just saw the Flirt 15 kind of rough the racing surface here and almost take the car he was side by side with. I think that was Alex Martin for a ride, but they'll keep it straight. That could have been the caution that, but they kind of finished the point. Yeah, it's the money stop. If you make a mistake, you're not going to be able to recover.
Right now, we're at 46 laps to go. Again, for those that are just now tuning in, I'm Carmen Hardy. Alongside me, Kevin Young, who's typically with me on Saturday evenings. We'll be streaming tonight the SC World Truck Series race from Kentucky. And also alongside us, Jamie Jessica Martin from Prismatic Motorsports, jumping in to bring you coverage of the Open Medicine Foundation 500. We're watching Doug South. We've talked about cars in the midfield. Doug South has been lingering and waiting. He's been sitting in that perfect line, saving fuel. He's been in mix 6. He's been saving fuel. Been looking at his telemetry. He is not pushing. He is going to try to go as far as possible on that fuel limit without throwing himself too far on his own. He doesn't want to get too far out in open water.
Yeah, no. If you go too far in open water, he'll drown, and it's playing a fine line.
Our Pocono racer from back in June. More with him now, as it's single file for the most part.
Yeah, I think, especially we just happened with Pressey and Overton. I think they realized, let's keep the racing because pit stops are going to happen soon. Let's just keep it tidy. Don't want to risk any last-second incidents here. Unnecessary carnage.
So, I guess my question's now going to be, Gaiman. Joshua Gaiman, of course, has recently come in for a pit stop.
Yeah.
I mean, in this situation, you know, at this point, I guess. Oh, spin! There's a spin behind.
It's
That
McCorkle.
is McCorkle. It's one car.
It's in the grass, off the racing surface.
And he's now getting it refired. And McBride's coming in this time by. So he'll be the first one to blink.
I mean, this is the moment. I mean, right now, if you're McCorkle, this is the time that if you want to potentially take this race, it's considering when the best places to risk. But also, if you're looking at McCorkle here and you're one of the other leaders, you know, do you take the cue? Do you say, I'm going to go with McCorkle, he's on the right strategy, or do you say, no, I'm going to continue my race?
I think you meant McBride, but other than that, we'll have to see how it plays out. Oh, caution, as I think the 9 was going to come in as I see a spin and 3. Oh, a couple cars carnage. That's a 312.
Wow.
So that is going to bail out. Oh, McBride is going to be one down.
But he will be the first car lap down.
Yeah, McCorkle's also one down too, but he's not going to be so lucky.
He'll get the wave around because everyone's coming in the pit lane.
True. So never mind. They'll both be okay.
Actually, no, he has to come down pit lane too. Yeah.
So
You haven't
my
hit
question
yet.
is going to be, who was involved in that incident?
So Alex
312.
Martin and Joe McAdory.
Mm-hmm.
So here's what happened. We were on board with Doug South, who just barely missed it. Actually, Lee Overton just barely missed it.
Yeah.
But here's what it looked like. Alex Martin, Joe McAdory. Oh, there was smoke ahead.
Oh, Jesus!
Yeah, there was a checkup.
When you say that Lee Overton missed that, Jesus, did he half not just miss it by the finest of margins? It's almost as close as having a. That was almost like
McCorkle spun again. That's what
McCorkle
happened.
spun again, trying to get in the pit lane, which caused the checkup that allowed Joe to get basically mowed over.
Wow. He would not. You can tell Joe was absolutely not expecting that to happen, and you can see it's obviously absolutely totaled left front suspension. So that push rods are gone.
Mm-hmm.
So that bails out McBride because McBride didn't go a lap down. Actually, no, he did go a lap down. Yeah. Well, no.
No, he's not. He's currently first on the my time in scoring.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he inherits the lead because the 89 got the wave around. So I was at the lucky dog.
Huh. What a bailout for Zach McBride.
Yep.
What a bailout. That's insanity.
I'm just as muddled as both of you. I don't know how he's achieved that, but tell you
I guess
what,
when the caution came out, he was leaving pit lane, and I guess the game gave it to him on the caution.
Wow.
So yeah, McBride gonna have the lead. Height gonna be second. Mike Robinson third. Eli, kind of the big loser on pit lane, goes fourth, and Emily fifth.
Well, looking at the team at the moment. Oh,
Zach McBride coming back in.
Something
odd.
Very odd. Very odd. I was about to say though, Hayward is also no, that's McCorkle. I'm not sure.
Yeah, McBride, McCorkle, and the 89 all came in on that stop. Well, this what we're currently watching right now. And McBride leaves only topping off. Yeah, she took tires, so.
I mean, why not? May as well. You got a free stop now. Makes sense.
Fair.
Good point. Well, these pit stops have ultimately nullified the strategy, because now, looking at the strategy at this moment, the big strategy gambler was Josh Gaiman, but he's now returned to the same strategy as the rest of the field. He's corrected his strategy, and he's now alongside the rest of the group and they pitted at the same time as the rest.
Yeah, everyone's on the same strategy now, and everyone's good to go to the end. So they've all hit their number. They're all good to go, and it's going to be racy to the finish.
So I guess we'll see what these last collection of laps hold. But I guess with that said and done, do you think that maybe Josh didn't get the results he was hoping for?
Well, I guess we'll find out here as green flag in the air. It's going to be on the 9th control. Ooh, a little bit of a slow start there in the back. But
yeah, Gaiman and Hayward.
Mm-hmm. But the 9 going to get a good jump, and everyone else pretty much locked in. As we do see a battle here, possibly brewing for second. 71 gets a better toe than 3 did on the 3 than 3 did on the 9. There goes the 71 to the inside. Inside does seem to be the preferred kind of line here, but if you go too low, you may end up looping it. But he holds his nerve, and he's going to get the help from the 9, who's going to drag the 71 ahead of the 3, at least going into corner 1, and get the clear done.
battling for fourth. It's Emil Johansson and Bryce Saucier. Pressy in sixth, Lee Overton in seventh, Josh Gaiman eighth, Doug South ninth, and it's Hayward as Sassek's taking the race lead away from Caitlin Height.
It's also worth noting as well that there's also bailed out Gaiman, who was on a different strategy. Now he's back in the contention to win this race. So keep an eye on that 59.
McCorkle, McAdory both hoping for another caution. Both of them sitting one lap down at the moment as it stands.
Hayward's, I think, lost slipstream touch to the pack, so she is going to be out of contention. McBride also was behind, so McBride and McCorkle now 1.4 back south. Not looking good. So it's 9 cars in this lead pack here as we see the tail end with South.
It looks like Hayward and McBride are going to have to try and see what they can do. Try and work with each other a little bit here to see what they can do to
I think
close
Hayward's
that gap.
holding damage. I think Hayward's wounded. I think she's not handling so well. She's 11th, but she's losing to McBride even.
Yeah, and McBride's just barely on the coattails of the 73. Maybe able to reel it back in, but he's going to have to be perfect.
Oh, they may have just gotten a lifeline.
Yep,
Maybe.
It's 8. It's down enough. McBride's okay, but I don't know if Hayward's going to stay close enough.
Yeah, I think knowing Olivia, she would be absolutely gutted if that is damage and she's not got the pace to keep up because she is.
Oh, we got a pass for the lead here. Sorry to cut off.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
Caitlin Height still battling for the race lead. Eli Sassek in the 9. Eli Sassek in 71. Caitlin Height in the 9. Doug South
Josh
third. Hold on, Doug South in third. It's not over yet.
Josh Gaiman in P5.
Yeah.
3 abreast for 5th.
Robinson, Saucier, and Gaiman.
And obviously don't ignore the fact that Nicholas Pressy is in there as well.
Yeah, Nick Pressy in there. Emilio Hansen setting last car in line there. McBride's also rightfully in the game as well.
And he's caught back up.
Wow.
Yeah, Hayward needs to be careful here. She's hanging on to, I believe that's McAdory. It is McAdory in the 312. But she needs to somehow be able to find a way to get closer.
Yeah, because McAdory's just kind of barely there. Well, he's there, but yeah, you got to try to find a way to reel him in.
Yeah, he's trying to stay clear. The caution is out.
That's a 3. It's a 3 of Mike Robinson. He was up there in the pack, so I'm going to guess he's kind of spun on the inside and looped it, would be my guess.
Well, we're going to find
They're
out.
definitely making this race turn into an exciting
Same
one.
thing happened to Caitlin Height. Crossed the seam, coming out of turn 2, and around it went for Mike Robinson.
All right, so that kicked the hornet's nest a little bit. Now we're within 20 to go, and no,
Within
30 to go. Yeah, forgot this is a 250 race, not a 240 race. However, yeah, kick the hornets is missed now. Less laps, and these drivers are going to get a little bit more fighty.
This is neatly setting up into an exciting end of this race. My leg is bouncing. I am just watching as these battles and all of these strategies and start to really unfold. And I sit there and I go, I am so excited to see who can pull off this victory. It'll be a well and hard-earned victory.
Yes, it will be. You could say whoever survives this race well deserves it for going 500 miles around Michigan and keeping the nerve.
Well, I mean, at this point, you look at the names that are currently in that top group. I mean, Eli Sassek has held their own. Caitlin Height has done a great job in the moments that she's needed to. Doug South once again is back in there. Was Carmen's favorite for the race win. Of course, Josh Gaiman is in there, who is, especially in the earlier portion of the race, was absolutely a fantastic performer and really controlled the lead of that race.
And yeah, of course, you can't forget about Nick Pressey. Of course, you know he's a veteran in the ABN circuits, so always has a good shot at winning a race.
So we're gonna have 11 cars, 12 cars on the lead lap. McCorkle got the lucky dog that time around. Joe McAdory now the only car 1 lap down. Lilac Zier 11 laps down.
You know what? She showed some metal there, Lilac. You know, I know what her headspace is going to be in. She doesn't like giving up on races, even if it's completely out of the question, out of contention. But yeah, Lilac has put in a ton of hard work, a ton of effort, and no, it's fantastic to see. Fantastic to see her take that just to see herself out for pride's sake.
Yeah, she's done a phenomenal job tonight. Just sticking it out. And there's still a chance this could all break down in the last 30 laps. And she could still wind up in the top 10 with how things could go. A lot of drivers have used their fast repair, so there's no coming back at this point for a lot of drivers. Now it's anyone's game.
Of course. Well, as it stands, I mean, looks like 14 cars in the 14 cars in the race. I mean, it looks like Alex Martin is. It's hard to tell. Alex Martin's still
effectively done.
Yeah.
Yeah, his race is effectively over.
So, I mean, in this race so far, if we say that we're counting Alex Martin pretty much as out, you know, we've lost 6 cars: Alex Martin, Eric Nibriani, Blake Henderson, Jason Overton, Zachary Apperson, Judith Cooper, and Emma Carter.
Lights are on the pace car, which means we're about to go green once again here at Michigan. It's the Open Medicine Foundation 500 presented by Agent Inc. Eli Sasek leads Caitlin Height, Doug South, Josh Gaiman, Bryce Saucier, Nick Pressey, Lee Overton, Zach McBride, Emil Johansson, Olivia Hayward, Mike Robinson, and Cody McCorkle, the top 12 on the lead lap. Less than 30 laps to go. Who's going to bring it home? Green flag back in the air, and we're underway once again.
Ooh. So, interesting factor here, especially for Roger Saucier. Yeah, he's going to have to try and clear Lilac Zier, because Lilac Zier obviously is a lapped car here. And I was about to say that potentially is an impact for the lead group and could potentially be a divider, at least initially, if they couldn't clear her quick enough. But they seem to have dispatched her quite quickly.
Yeah, because the lucky dog rule, the car is getting funneled to the back, does not come into play until within, I think, 15 to go, if I'm not mistaken, or 10. So it's going to be some time before that would actually end up playing out. But Caitlin and Eli fighting hard here for the lead, and it looks like Caitlin leads that lap. And we have a caution, and that's a 72 of Hayward.
Oh, no. My heart hurts for her. I know that's going to... That's gonna break her. That is.
I heard scraping on the wall, and I guess that's what it was. Is she hits it and then hits it a couple more times, and then ping pongs off the wall.
She put in a lion's share of hard work this race, and I know she's gonna be gutted by that. But you know what? She's done incredibly to get up to the points that she has done. She has faced adversity for most of this race, and there's only so much she could do. But you know what? Definitely proud of her. I know the team is absolutely.
So here was the on board. This was the opening lap for her. We figured that she was wounded in some capacity. We'll have to wait for confirmation to see if she actually was.
Yeah, she'll tell us in the chat if she's still near a keyboard.
Yeah, just didn't get enough out of it.
Yeah. She just said, literally just took my fast repair in the hopes to give me pace, and then I get put into the wall. Initial contact was on me. Second one was not.
Yeah. Whoever was behind her at that point crowded her up there when she was trying to get out of it. Because, yeah, she dressed up there kind of up there herself. Tag. That was
Yeah.
McCorkle.
Yeah. Yeah. But I think that while she's going to be absolutely gutted on that result, I will turn around and say I know that she's going to try and keep her head together as much as possible because she wants to see what Caitlin Haight can do to see if she can finish off this race.
Yeah, something I think for her is she's been so close so many times on these ovals, and it's again another one that kind of got away. Not through any fault of her own. It just unfortunate to say the least. Obviously, she's gonna have to try to shake it off for. Obviously, we're off next week for most of the week for Thanksgiving here in the United States, but we get to see her again November 30th, the Pacific Grand Prix for Hyper Formula in Fuji, and then the Champ Car Preseason Challenge makes its way to Suzuka. So we get to spend a lot of time in Japan in 2 weeks for 2 of our flagship series, and she gets to race in both of those. So
she'll be good. She definitely had some pace in Hyper Formula from what I saw until she had a bit of an incredible accident, shall I say, at Phillip Island later on in that race. But no, she's incredibly fast. She's incredibly pacey, and I know she'll figure things out, and I know she'll come back stronger.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's worth noting now we have 12 cars in the lead lap as Joe McElroy got the lucky dog. So not 12 trucks. That's the series after this. 12 cars running, and 12 on the lead lap. Hayward obviously still in the pits trying to get the car fixed, possibly go out there and just finish the race. Yeah, so 12 cars currently on the track on the lead lap.
All I'm going to say is if the trucks had this level of aerodynamics, that would be absolutely hilarious.
There's probably a NASCAR 2003 mod out there that makes this happen.
Just have some front wings and some pointy noses.
You're not wrong. So you rack them up and try it again. Caitlin Haight, Eli Sasek, Josh Gaiman, Doug Self, Bryce Saucier, Nick Pressey, top 6, Lee Overton, Zach McBride, Emil Johansson, Mike Robinson, top 10, McCorkle, McAdoy, top 12, Hayward in pit lane. Her race is over. It'll move Lilac Zier up to 13th place here in about 8 laps.
All right, so pace car going to be coming in. It's going to be on the 9 Central again. We saw in the last restart when the 71 had control, the 9 was able to stay close. Can the 71 do the same with the 9 on this restart?
We're going to find out. Green flag back in the air, 22 laps to go here in Michigan.
And Joshua Gaiman is in 3rd, looking to strike. Because Doug South usually doesn't get good restarts, it seems to be. So if we get a late caution, he may be in a bit of a detriment. But Gaiman has worked his way back. He's missed that lead, and now he's trying to go for it, as he's going to have the high line here on the 71. 71, I think, going to split Hayward. Not Hayward, the 9 here. They're going to make a 3 wide going to the 3.
Yeah, not great being the leader on a restart like that, but luckily still a lot of time left to go into this. Haight trying to get back to the race lead. Gaiman is hugging as close to the white line as possible. That's not even Gaiman. That's Sasek that was holding that white line.
Mm-hmm. Yep, Sasek on the inside, Gaiman on the outside, and Haight in the middle, and then
Haight
South
clear.
just there.
Yeah,
I think that was Pressey that got a little bit squirrely.
Keep an eye on Doug South. He's in the mix.
Mm-hmm.
Gonna be a slugfest. It's been 2 hours and 37 minutes of racing. We hope you all have enjoyed it. It's been a lot of fun. Carmen Hardy alongside Kevin Young and Jamie Jessica Martin. 20 to go. 40 miles left of action here as it gets really spicy at the very front. Sasek tried going below Gaiman. Gaiman, there was not enough room between Gaiman and the yellow line. Sasek had to back out of it a little bit. But it's going to let Caitlin Height take second back. She's going to draft off a Gaiman coming to the start-finish line.
You got to try to find holes where you can put them. And you can't go below the line there. It's going to be probably a penalty, so you got to stay within the lines. And
3 wide up front.
Run. 3 wide. Inside seems to be the prevailing situation. Trying to clear.
Be careful! Gaiman not going to the very bottom. Keep an eye on the cars up top. That was Saucier, that's Pressy, and I believe that is Doug Southland down in 7th now.
Yes.
Side by side for the lead, it's still Gaiman and Height. 5 cars in a blanket, 12 cars all still in it.
Yep. You basically got this top 8 kind of in this first pack here. The second pack kind of forming just a little bit back. But basically 5, 6 cars in that blanket, like you said. Is there 3 wide again? It's basically not lifting. Friendships are out the door. You're going to do what you have to do to win this one. You're going to cut lines off, and you're going to make other people as uncomfortable as possible to win this race. As Gaiman retakes the lead, what will Height try to do here? Try to
3
go
wide
low.
once more. No!
South!
That was not South, that was Saucier. Saucier backed out of it. He saw what was going to happen. It took him out of the race when at Kentucky when James Pierce tried that maneuver. Saucier thought better of it. Sasek trying to find places to go. And Gaiman's got the inside lane covered. If Sasek can get to the bottom line while Gaiman's holding that middle lane, it'd be a completely different ball game. Gaiman and Height make contact. But now it's all game on.
Yeah, and it's not like Auto Club where there's multiple lanes. There's only really 2, 3 lanes. So try to make it 4 wide. You really either gotta go super high to the wall or hope someone leaves the inside open just enough you can put a fender in there. And Saucier would have tried it. I think maybe with 10 to go, he may have tried to stick it, but he's still got to live to fight another battle here, and it's just not worth throwing it out.
Still coming to 15 to go. 12 cars on the lead lap. Like 11 laps down, but still running and hoping something happens in these next 4 or 5 laps.
Mm-hmm.
So far, still clean. Between Gaiman, Height, Sasek, Saucier, McBride up in 5th. Pressy 6th, South 7th, Overton 8th. Robinson, McCorkle.
Saucier went low. He's on the apron. Pinch right in that yellow line. He tried to bully his way up.
That's him letting Gaiman know that, hey, you can't leave this inside open. Someone's going to take it. That's what I mentioned earlier. Gaiman's moving up the track. He's trying to crowd Height and Sasek up, but he's leaving that inside open, and someone's going to fill that gap.
A lesson that other drivers would not be so generous.
No, absolutely not. And there we go. There's Sasek to the bottom. Sasek to the inside. And to the lead.
Saw what Saucier did. Gonna try to go up and try to clear Gaiman.
This would have ended tears for somebody. It's not gonna be a great ending with how tightly compact they are. Because there's 5 lanes on this track. We've only used 3 of them at a time. But there's 5 lanes on this track.
Well,
car in the wall. And Saucier. Oh, Saucier, and that is Johansson flipping.
Oh.
Johansson's race comes to an end. Less than 15 laps from the finish.
Oh. Saucier's very not happy, and that car is turtled.
Johansson's race comes to an early conclusion. So close to the finish. Saucier's race also negatively affected, but that is repairable.
Mm-hmm. You know, I was thinking with like 2 laps earlier, I was like, if they make it green the rest of this way, I'd be morally impressed, but that will not be the case. And And I think there may be just a chance the 89 can get the 73's position for this race is all said and done. So
Yes,
she'll
there is
gain
a
one more
chance.
spot if the 73
She's
doesn't
also
go
getting
back
she's
out
also
there.
getting lucky dog here.
Yeah. So yeah, she'll definitely get it then.
So here's what happened. Because he took flight. That was Johansson that took flight. What happened here? So Saucier coming up on, that's Pressy. He gets tagged by, that's McBride that he gets tagged by and thrown into the wall. And right in front of, and that's all netcode too. Johansson's going to hit him, but the way it gets extraordinary airtime, full on netcode right there.
Mm-hmm.
That was dramatic, to say the least. We're actually going to go. Oh, yeah, there's your introduction
to the skies.
So we're actually going to go with the helmet cam for Johansson. What a way to make a debut.
Let's hope he doesn't have a VR helmet, because that may have induced motion sickness.
Yeah, here's what Saucier saw, because Saucier got put into the wall.
Yeah, he was just kind of riding, and then he's going to get lightly touched by McBride here. And Saucier almost had it saved, but it ping-ponged the other direction, and that was that.
Yeah, this was McAdory's viewpoint of it. Had to go all the way down to the apron to avoid all of it. So Gaiman leads. Only had one prior start, and that was at Mid-Ohio. But right now he leads. He's led the most laps today. Can he lead the ones that matter?
Mm-hmm. It's worth noting two interesting facts. One, I think Saucier did burn a fast repair, so he is back on the circuit. And even the 73's come out as well. So he'll be one down, though.
Yep.
But he'll venture on. It's also worth noting as well is that out of the top 10, the one that's made the fewest pit stops is Eli Sasek in 71, who's only made 7 stops, while almost everyone else around him has done 9 to 10. Not really indicative of anything, but just kind of interesting.
So lights out on the pace car, which means we're going green with 9 laps to go.
Unless we get another quick caution, this could probably be our final restart. So make it count.
So it's Josh Gaiman, Caitlin Height, Eli Sasek, Nick Presley, Doug South, Zach McBride, Cody McCorkle, Mike Robinson, Lee Overton, Bryce Saucier, Joe McAdory, Emil Johansson, and Lilac Zier. 13 cars still running out of 21 that started.
Mm-hmm. And green's in the air, and away Gaiman goes. Height a little bit close behind. The question is, how much of a sitting duck will Gaiman be here coming off 2 to 3? No major stack-up support. A few cars getting a little bit racing in the back because they're traversing some lap-down vehicles or wounded vehicles. But everything is relatively straight.
Here we go.
Here comes the run. Caitlin going to take the high side.
She got clear. She got clear. Ooh, wow. That was close.
Yep. Oh.
Sasek close as well, but couldn't get it done. He'll have to slot back in third. Gaiman goes to the top side. Can he do the same thing now?
I think the 70s got a glitch with a black flag clear, just to let you know, Hardy. But irrelevant. They're still fighting.
Who was it?
73.
Oh, closed pit lane. Yep.
And here they go
to
racing.
the bottom.
Here we go. Sasek in there as well,
Yep.
with Gaiman on the outside, 3 wide.
Yeah, Gaiman had to back out of it. Caitlin Height still holding on to the race lead. She leads the
And look at
line.
Bressy.
Yep, there we go. 4 wide.
4
Sasek,
wide.
yeah, Sasek backed out of it. As soon as he heard 4 wide, it was out. It was over and done with for Sasek. He knew that there was going to be a place for that. He ran out of fuel. Nick Pressey was denied racing the Brickyard 500 in May for the Champ Car World Series. This is his 500-mile debut for ABN, and he wants to make it count. He's been lingering. He's been lurking. Coming to 6 laps to go.
He's good at these fast 5-mile hours. That's why he was on my prediction list at the start. He knows where to be late to capitalize. He's going to try to run that high groove. Oh! I think Gaiman's kind of regretting leaving that door open on the inside because that's been a bit of his kryptonite. If he gets clear again, he's making sure he's closing that door and closing it tight.
Oh, say that. Looks like South is trying to bait in that inside line on Caitlin Haight there.
I have to go. Ooh, they're
it's so close.
You could put a post-it note between the two of them.
Maybe.
That's how close it is.
Still Caitlin Height leading. Josh Gaiman's got the advantage, but not enough to clear. Doug South to the bottom. There's Doug
opportunity.
South.
Wow.
Oh boy.
Not gonna be able to do enough.
It wasn't enough to stick it, but definitely poking and prodding that inside lane that no one wants to touch.
Well, there's Pressy coming back in.
It's desperation because if a caution comes out, it's probably
it's race over now.
Yeah. And you don't know when it will come. As Takuma Sato once said, no attack, no chance. You got to get ahead just in case.
Caitlin Height, 3 wide with Pressy and Gaiman. Doug South lurking and waiting for an opportunity to strike. He holds the bottom line. But right now, it's 2 cars in front. Caitlin Height, Josh Gaiman.
Gaiman's just not able to get clear because he knows that if he makes too much of a move and he makes too much of a risk, Pressy's going to get in front.
It's 3 wide, 2 rows. Ooh, watch out, Caitlin Height!
Saving it!
Oh, God!
Oh, contact!
It's 1, but that's not...
went Overton, and the caution's out.
Gaiman has the lead.
Wow.
And that's going to be how it ends.
Wow. I don't think so.
They ran out of space.
Nope.
No restart. That's a race over.
Wow.
Josh Gaiman will walk away with it. Wow.
Gaiman led the most laps. Gaiman brings home the check.
Honestly, that was
a wild race.
Hundredths, if not thousandths of a second between that victory being decided and that the pace car coming out.
Honestly, I think caution would have came. It looked like it was 1 car, but it was just in the mouth of the pack. I was decided to throw it.
We'll take a look at what happened, because this is when it came out. They were 4 wide. You got Caitlin Height in the middle. Or Caitlin Height on the bottom, I should say. Go from the blimp cam here, and you're going to be looking... Let me pull up the good old highlighter. So you're going to be looking at this group of cars right here. And Overton just got shot to the inside. Car in the wall, car spun across the track into the grass. That was enough to do it.
Mm-hmm.
There was barely anything. There was not that much between the 2 leaders. It's just how the cookie crumbles, especially when you've got pace cars on fast ovals like this. But what an incredible race, and what an incredible win.
Even though it's kind of non-really mattering, the 73 will get his lap back.
He's officially lead lap.
Yeah.
A little bit of good news.
ABN Champ Car victory number 1 for Josh Gaiman. Kalen Height at debut podium, and Nick Pressey 3rd place in his first 500-mile race in ABN competition. That was a wild race.
I mean, that's just hearing the radio conversations at the moment. I think I couldn't agree more with some of the comments. The fact that at the end of the race, the lead pack, 12 cars in that lead pack at the end of the race is pretty damn good. And I mean, I tend to agree. That was incredible stuff to watch.
But here it is. Josh Gaiman's going to cross the line as an ABN Champ Car race winner. Career win number 1 in ABN and race win number 1 for Stepping Stone Motorsports. He wins it, Michigan.
And an incredible job from Mike South as well. You know, someone that ultimately has indicated or has ultimately, how do I put it, is so influenced or has been such an influence as to holding this 500-mile race at here at Michigan for the Open Medicine Foundation. So to see him finish in the top 5 after some ups and downs over this race is absolutely fantastic. What a good job, man! Absolutely fantastic job.
Now, I guess the last question is: will Gaiman burn it down, or will Gaiman respectfully just pull in the pit lane, the victory lane circle?
He's going to burn it down. I don't blame him. I don't blame him. After 500 miles, a win like that was so close, and it was not a guarantee for a chunk of this race, for most of this race. I'd say he's more than well deserving of it. There he goes.
There he goes. Well-deserved victory there for the 59.
I mean, it's an incredible effort. There was times during that race where we asked the question. He was off strategy for much of the race. And we asked the question, would that strategy come back to bite him? Luckily, a fortunately timed pace car allowed him to get back on strategy, to align himself with the rest of the field. And he made the most of that in the final laps.
He's going to come right down the victory lane here. What a race.
I'm kind of still in a state of shock, in all honesty with you.
That was a phenomenal effort. He did such a good job at managing that race.
He did. Unbelievable job. Incredibly impressed with the effort. And I mean, in all honesty with you, what else can you say? I mean, it was a good day for some, maybe not so good of a day for others. There were plenty of winners, plenty of losers, but at the same time, it was all for a good cause. And I tell you what, that is going to be an exciting one to watch back.
That is absolutely phenomenal. Stepping Stone Motorsports, its first win at home. What a race.
Yep.
Who had Josh ending predicted Josh as one of the
I said
one of the
that
drivers?
I said it was possible.
I said too, so half point for me and Hardy.
Fair enough. I was close. So close.
Alrighty. Well, we're going to get some interviews underway here. What a phenomenal race. Nick Presley finishing third. We'll talk to him first. Finishing third here today. Hey, Nick, this is Carmen from the ABN booth. You got a copy?
Yes, I have a copy. How are you doing?
Doing all right. Finished third. Obviously, hoped it wouldn't end under caution there, but a phenomenal race. You kept yourself clean, kept yourself in position all race long to give yourself a shot there at the end. Kind of just walk us through like how you were trying to process those last 20 laps, because that's when everything really got wild.
You'll have to forgive me. Can we hold that thought for just a moment?
You're good.
I was on the phone with my mom when you called me up.
No, you're good.
Yeah.
Well,
Could
actually,
potentially move on to Josh Gaiman.
yeah, we'll
then.
go ahead. We'll interview Josh Gaiman first. We'll interview our race winner here tonight. Josh, this is Carmen from the ABN booth. You got a copy?
I got you, Carmen.
Alrighty. What a race. What a way to cap off 2022. One of the biggest races in ABN. One of the biggest race for your team, having some motorsports in their home race. And you pick up a dub. 500 miles. It's a wild one. Josh, how you feeling?
No, you have no idea. That was massive for me. To have a win at an event that's for something good. I know my mother. She suffers from MS, so anything that's trying to just help better people in their life is just incredible to me. So to win this is just massive, and to get picked up by Stepping Stone to kind of be like the I guess you could say the number one guy, and especially it being the home race for our team owner is definitely a good feeling.
You led the most laps today. Being out front was where you were most comfortable. But you were off sequence for a decent part of it too. How stressful was it being off the strategy call, knowing that if it went green the rest of the way from about lap 156, that it could be a dramatic issue?
Yeah, I mean, it might annoy some people, but I was kind of just like, off in the weeds in my own head around lap 170, and I just kind of passed the pit road, and I saw everyone else going, and I was like, I guess I should have done that. And then I was just like, well, I guess we're waiting for a caution, and I got really lucky with that caution with like, I guess it was like 50 to go or somewhere in there. But yeah, if I didn't get that caution, I would not be here right now. So yeah.
A phenomenal drive. Obviously, we mentioned before you made one prior start. You made your Champ Car debut at Mid Ohio, and then obviously we know that you're wanting to do full time next year. Jumping in and getting a win immediately before that even starts. How well does that bode for you going into 2023 when your schedule opens up and you can make that leap forward?
Yeah, it's pretty much this just fell on a really good day. I have off on the weekends, so it was a good place to, I guess, make like a more official debut for my full time racing. But yeah, middle of January I should be able to, go full time. I know I took a couple days off work actually to run the preseason stuff at just tracks that I like pretty much, and yeah, I really cannot wait now. This is just a lot of momentum going into 2023, and it's definitely not stopping.
Jamie, Kevin, if either of you have anything you want to add to this, feel free to. Josh, we've had 2 500-mile race wins. Jack Wolke won the first one. You're now in very elite company. Obviously, off-season kind of kicks in a little bit. No A-Square Cup Series action. Obviously, you won't be able to do preseason stuff for Hyper Formula until January. How are you going to fill these next couple months?
Yeah, that's a good question. I've been doing a lot of off-season stuff over with ARCS. I know they've had like a kind of an interleague open setup thing going on with the Cup car, so I've been running that on Sundays. But other than that, I mean, it's getting a lot of time in this car, especially on road courses, is pretty big. And I think that was my first time winning on an oval in an Indy car, to be honest. I usually go into like a fixed setup, official session and put it in the wall 10 laps in, but that that definitely is a huge confidence booster going forward.
Well, Josh, phenomenal watching you win this race here tonight. I'm actually about to pull up the stats to see exactly how many laps you led real quick, because absolutely dominant performance. One of the most dominant displays we've seen in these cars in this series as a whole. As we wait for iRacing to behave and be kind to me, so we can get that figured out. Obviously, we're going to look here. Don't even know what the session ID is, so I'll have to wait and figure that one out. But Josh, before we let you go, if there's anything you want to say, if you want to shout out and say thank you to, obviously, 77 Motorsports, they get their first win of the night, but if there's anyone to shout out and say thank you to, the floor is yours. Congrats on winning the race tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. Huge shout out to everyone, and all four of us here with or I guess there's 7 or 8 guys with Stepping Stone now. Shout out to all of them, especially James. A home race win is good, whether you're an owner or a driver. Whatever your position is, it's always good to win at home. 213 Simware, they have been with me since probably May or June of 2022. So hoping to keep that going as long as I possibly could or can. And I picked up W Energy on the car shortly after, and everyone can get 10% off if you use code JG61 at checkout. So yeah, that's all of you. The broadcasts are always awesome, and every series that I've raced with that you have put on has been an absolute blast. So yeah, thank you.
Well, Josh, go and take a breather. Enjoy it. You raced for well over 2.5, almost 3 hours. So go and relax and enjoy it. And 129 laps out of 250 led. So phenomenal job tonight. Can't wait to see what you do when you get on track again.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Have a good night, man.
You too.
Wow. 129 laps led out of 250. Absolutely cracked for Josh Gaiman there as the race winner of the Open Medicine Foundation 500. Absolutely unreal.
Agreed.
Insanity.
It was absolutely fantastic. Absolutely fantastic performance from Josh Gaiman there.
We're talking to Nick Pressey here in just a moment, but he did a phenomenal job finishing third tonight. Unfortunately, he didn't have a chance to really take a shot at Height or Josh Gaiman there at the end with the caution coming out. We get to talk to him and hear what he has to say here. Nick Pressey, this is Carmen from the ABN booth. You got a copy?
Thank you again for being patient. I just make it important to talk to my mom.
Yeah, you're good. P3 tonight, as we mentioned before, obviously phenomenal effort keeping your car in one piece and keeping it safe and secure to give yourself a chance to go after that race win tonight. Start on the front row, finishing third. This 500, it's a unique one. Give us your thoughts on it.
I'm on all my experience with endurance racing, I wasn't concerned with the length of it. The length was very much within stuff that I was used to. I wasn't expecting such intensity at the start of the race. I thought, once lap one it ended, everyone was just sort of, filing junk, and it didn't happen. So pretty much spent the race trying to claw back from the first caution. And when the caution came out with 30 and then 20, with all these short, close to the end cautions, me and Bryce, we were working really hard to get to the front. Of course, there was a lot of defending, there were a lot of defensive maneuvers, and that's racing near the end of the race, right? But with these Indy cars and the aero wash, it gets difficult. For me to have somehow find a way to get to third, I would say, is not quite miraculous, but not far from miraculous either. That is my opinion. And for the caution to come out when it did, I think, depending on what stretch of the track that caution came out, if I had known that there was going to come out, I could have won this race because there were moments where I was peeking ahead. There was moments where Gaming was peeking ahead. Obviously, he edged out at the end there. There were moments where Caitlin was peeking ahead all throughout each lap. So timing foiled me at the end there, but I am glad to have been able to take part in this with Bryce.
Yeah, solid team effort. Obviously, Bryce recovered really well from that late accident to finish 6th at the end. Just a really triumphant effort there for the team all around. Looking forward, obviously, preseason challenge, Hyper Formula. Obviously, this team's had a pretty monumental week, winning in Hyper Formula at the Australian Grand Prix. Going into Thanksgiving and looking at everything going after that. How do you just keep this momentum going? It's so hard to keep momentum in such a competitive field. How do you try to keep that going?
Well, I've got some I got some personal motivation to keep going. December 12th will mark 5 years of MPM's existence. So as we get closer to that, I'm really going to be trying to make sure that there are a good number of things to celebrate come the 12th of December. I'm really happy with how things are going. Hyper Formula for me, Eli, Bryce, Derek. Obviously, some of us had a rough start at Phillip Island, but I think we're all going to be really strong going into Fuji in a couple weeks. My family, they like to watch these things. So, that's more motivation to add onto it. And honestly, just to throw the race itself.
Well, Nick, it's been phenomenal seeing the team grow the way it has, and just getting the results that it's been able to get. It's phenomenal to see the way the years turned around, because it didn't start off well. It started off really rough, and being able to find your ground and being able to find what you wanted the core to be, it's been phenomenal to see how that's blossomed. If there's anyone to shout out and say thank you to, the floor is yours. You've done a phenomenal job. You get another podium at a 500-mile race to extend that run. The floor is yours. Congratulations.
The first person I think that I should thank is Bryce, whom without his expertise, I certainly would not have been in the position I was in at the end. He knows a lot. He knows a lot about racing these cars on larger tracks. And more often than not, I just find myself trying to catch up. So his expertise today was absolutely crucial. Thank the people over at Fanfuel Motorsports blog for putting their name on the car. I'd like to thank my friends and family who watch these races. I'd like to thank the Nexus Sim Racing group for providing me such great people to work with, including Bryce in the first place. And I'd like to thank you guys for putting on a good show. And I'll see you guys later tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. SRL at Kentucky. It's going to be a really fun time tonight. Obviously, you get to kind of turn around and immediately go from Michigan to Kentucky. So we'll see you there. Go ahead and get something to eat. Get some rest in before 8 p.m. tonight, and can't wait to see what you can do in the trucks tonight.
Oh crap! Breakfast was a long time ago. You're right. I probably should eat something.
Yeah, you probably should. Nick, enjoy it. Enjoy the podium. Congratulations. Let's see if you can get one more tonight later on.
Thank you very much.
Have a good night, man. That was Nick Pressey, third place finisher here tonight. Phenomenal job from him and his team to recover so well. Such a phenomenal race tonight. It's been such a treat.
Yep.
Here's
Absolutely unbelievable.
Here's what everything looked like for the Open Medicine Foundation 500 presented by Agent Inc. Josh Gabin, the race winner, ahead of Caitlin Height and Nick Pressey. Zach McBride finishing 4th. Doug South continuing his top 5 streak. When he's been able to finish, he's been top 5. The only time he didn't was to Chicagoland when I inadvertently destroyed his car. So apologies there, Doug. Bryce Saucier, 6th place. Cody McCorkle finishing 7th. Eli Sasek in 8th. Joe McAdory in 9th. Mike Robinson rounding out the top 10. Not for Arrowhead Racing, but for Agent Inc. Racing. That's a little bit of an error there. Lee Overton, being part of that last caution that ended the race, ended up finishing 11th. Emil Johansson in 12th, ahead of Lilac Zier, the last driver to finish this race. Prismatic Motorsports, Olivia Hayward, 14th place, unfortunately taken out in a caution 25 laps from the finish there. Alex Martin, 15th. Eric Nabarani did a phenomenal job, led a few laps, did a phenomenal job staying in the top 5, but penalties unwound his race and ended up putting him in 16th, ahead of Jason Overton and Blake Henderson for Tombstone Motorsports, both of them taken out about lap 145. Scrolling down the rest of the order, Zach Aberson, 19th, Judith Cooper, 20th, Emma Carter out before the 50 lap mark, rounding out the field of 21. That'll do it here from Michigan. What a race. What a time.
Yeah.
It's got to be a lot of fun. We get to do this race again next year. Get to confirm that. Give me a second.
December 2nd.
Yep, December 2nd, 2023. We do it all again. There'll be a lot more announcements on that coming up in the next coming days. It's been a phenomenal time. Obviously, a lot of people have found the Streamlabs, the donation link. We appreciate all the support you've given us regarding that. The charity continues on through tonight. It goes all the way until Tuesday. Tuesday's when it ends. Again, for those that are still hesitating about donating, all the donations to the month of November are tripled. So whatever you put in now is tripled when the fundraiser closes on Tuesday. So we appreciate all the support everyone's given us. You all have made this race so special and amazing. It's so amazing. To the drivers, to the teams that took part in this race and made it possible, thank you. To everyone supporting the fundraiser and the charity, it means a lot to us. It means a lot to our drivers, Doug South, Emma Carter, Lee Overton. Everyone has family affected by chronic illnesses, ME/CFS, fibromyalgia, multiple sclerosis, chronic COVID. This means the world to them, and it means the world to us that you're supporting our family in this way in the season of giving. We have the best community around, and I've said this before. I said this a week ago, and I'm saying it again. I love you all so much. You all make this community what it is, and we'd be nothing without you. Thank you so much. Before I get too sentimental, we'll sign it off here, and we'll get ready for Kentucky at 8 p.m. Eastern. On behalf of everyone here at ABN, on behalf of everyone from Open Medicine Foundation and Agent Inc. Apparel, we appreciate you all so much. Thank you, Jamie Jessica Martin, one of the co-owners of Prismatic Motorsports, for jumping into the booth. We appreciate you. Thank you. We'll have to do this more often.
Yeah, I definitely enjoyed it. So if I can find if there's any races that go at times where I'm not having to worry about work the next day, I'll probably enjoy the concept of hopping in.
And Kevin Young, we get to work again on in a couple hours, so we get to bounce, get some food, and get ready to go. So again, everyone that tuned in and everything, we appreciate it so much. Until next time, until about 2.5 hours from now, we'll see you in the next one. On behalf of ABN and everybody, I'm Carmen Hardy. Thank you all so much. Stay safe, stay healthy, have fun out there.